And again, welcome back to IPT Day 2. We are going to spend time today going through the menus, specifically the left navigation menu with those icons based upon the new enhanced menu design. And by the afternoon, we'll be looking specifically at student screens, and we will talk reports this morning. And then we'll just give you a brief peek at what students and parents see in the public portal late this afternoon. That'll be a real quick part, as well as maybe some other resources, and then leave time for questions at the end, like I said. So I'm going to hand it off to Kim to begin talking about that left nav menu and kind of a little bit more about the, yeah, I'll just hand it off to Kim, actually.
Actually, it's going to be Sally first.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I
You
was
are
more
right.
than willing to let Kim go ahead and start.
I'm looking at the wrong page of my notes here. It is Sally. Well, here you go, Sally.
Surprise. All right. All right. Yes, we're going to start this morning. Welcome back, everyone. We're glad you're here. If you'll remember, when we left off on day 1, we just gave a real quick brief explanation of this left navigation menu. So that is where we're going to start today. We're going to go through each of these categories, explaining what they are. We did show you, just a sneak peek as we click on them, and we're going to go more in depth with these, but you see the subcategories and the different sections listed. As you go through in your login here to your training database, which, by the way, if anyone has any trouble logging into their accounts that you were given today, please throw that into the chat and we can help you get re-logged in. But we would love for you to follow along in our training database. But you'll notice as you click around, there is quite a bit of categories and sections and subcategories and so on. So we are not going to open each and every item. There is just not enough time to do that. So this is, again, just an overview of what these categories are, what they do. We do touch on some of the ones that are more frequently used, especially for a new user group. But certainly, again, just explore those while you are in our training database. Right now, again, I'm in the district office, and I wanted to start here to show you as we look at the categories and as I was clicking them open, these pages are pertaining to the district office. And I think that, again, that's what we mentioned yesterday. But specifically, if you look, we have like a district management category, and opening up this category, the subcategories, and all of the links associated, those are district level pages. So when we switch to a building, and I'm going to switch to the high school, we notice that district management is no longer a category, but instead we now have school management. So all of these categories are going to be building specific. So when you get back to your district and in your environment, if you have access to multiple buildings, including the district office, that is one of the things that you will notice with the left navigation menu, that it displays those categories and links according to which building you're in. And quick data, these widgets was something we mentioned last week, but I'm going to go ahead and click my here icon here, and I'm going to uncheck these. So I get a little bit more real estate on our page here as we talk this morning. All right, so our first category is the people category. As we open that up, we see we have the 3 people subcategories: students, staff, and contacts. So anything that you're looking for that works with people groups, specifically, those links to those pages are going to be here in the people category. Starting with students, we have a student searches section. Again, these are some more common frequent searches that can be done with a group of students. You have a district-wide search. So again, I'm in the high school, but I have the ability to search district. Searching by attendance and grades, and searching by GPA. Stephen showed those to us on day 1, how we can search those students by selecting various parameters to do so. And if you'll remember, when Stephen showed us how to do those, he did not go to it by this navigation menu, the left navigation. He went to it through group actions, this drop down here. So again, in PowerSchool, you have multiple ways to get to the page that you're looking for or perform the action that you're looking for. And this is one of those examples. Right now, you'll notice I don't have any students on my selection, so it is blank. My group actions is light blue. It's grayed out, but it's a light blue. And if I click on it, it's not opening because I don't have any selected students to do a group action with. Similar, if I'm here and I wanted to do one of these searches, I'll just click. We're not going to do the search, but what I wanted to show you, what will happen is you now have this pop-up modal appear. So anytime you're in PowerSchool, this probably when you first log in the morning and you start your day and you begin your tasks. If you do not have a selected group of students and you select a link here on your left navigation menu that requires a group of students, this start page pop-up modal will appear. And this is a new feature with the enhanced menu. So any of you users that have had classic menu experience, this is a new feature that PowerSchool introduced. It's very nice. What this does is it allows you to make your selection of students right here on your page. So if I wanted my 9th grade students, I could select them. And most of my options are listed here that I can choose, and I can make compound searches, kind of like we practiced this morning. You see my view field list is listed here. You can make all of those selections and click continue. And then it'll take you to, again, those parameters that we walked through the other day to do that search. We're not going to go through it again, but I did want to just point that out, that the selection of students, if you do not have one, that start page pop-up modal will appear, which is super handy. So again, just some common searches here. You can search by phone numbers, perfect attendance, attachments, searching for students. That is the start page. That is where, and again, you can see our blue highlighted breadcrumb trail lets us know that's where we're at. We are on the start page and our drop down is on students. So that is highlighting where we are currently at. Log entries, you can search for students via log entries. You could search for a specific type of log entry. Maybe you have log entries for parent contact. Anytime you contact a parent, you notate that in a log, and you want to see all of the students who have a parent contact log entry. You could do that here using the search. So again, lots of search options here in the search section. Student account management. This section, you'll see there's an assign IDs and passwords, assign new student numbers, change student field value, and mass create family links. This is probably not anything that you would be using as a new user. Assigning IDs and passwords, that is for the students' accounts, their PowerSchool portal accounts. That's the link that would take you there. Assigning new student numbers. If your district uses a third-party registration program, meaning they use another application that's not PowerSchool, that plugs into PowerSchool to collect that new student information, there's most likely a way that student numbers are assigned that way. Additionally, this would not be something we would caution you not to go to this page to change numbers. That would not be a good thing to change numbers. Change student field values. Stephen again showed us this group action the other day. Again, this is not something that new users are likely to go to because it changes the data information that is stored. Mass create family links. If your district creates family links, meaning they have students into a family grouping, that is where you could link students into a family group. Student administration section. This is where, again, you can build email lists it'll build the list so that you can use those emails in your Outlook or your Google to send an email. But it's building the list, not necessarily sending the email. Student line, this is a customization. So you'll notice as we go through the left navigation and we talk about the various page links that are listed, a lot of customizations are within these left navigation menus. And some of them are meta customizations, some of them may be customizations, again, from those other third-party programs that have created things that your district is utilizing. Student line is a meta customization. And when we get to the student pages this afternoon, we will show you what the student line is, but this is a way that you can customize that. Your district leaders can customize that. Incidents, this again, incident management, the state of Ohio is not currently using. We use login freeze to report behaviors, fitness test results. I'm not certain of any district that's currently using this, but if your district did administer fitness tests and store those, you could view those there. Here are some mass assign tasks that you could do if you had a group of students, your 9th grade students, last name A, B, and C, and you want to assign them to a counselor. You could do that with that group of students once you find them on your start page and then assign them, click the mass assign counselor. Mass assign inventory, if your district is using PowerSchool to record inventory, you could assign it accordingly. Graduation plan, again, mass assigning that and printing mailing labels. There is a student fees section. We don't have very many districts that use PowerSchool fees. PowerSchool fees, that's not their strongest area. So a lot of districts have chosen to go with a third-party program for fees. But if you do see fees, we have it listed here, but if you see it in your environment as well, any fee transactions would take place, student fee information here, clearing balances, adding a new fee, a new transaction, and a reverse action. And then student report section. So again, this section lists various reports that you can run for your students. We did go over 3 of the most popular or commonly used, I should say. The 3 most commonly used ones, we took a look at the print a student report, the quick student export, and the custom student list. We ran through those on day 1 with Stephen. And we will be offering an office functions training where we will go through more of those lists a little bit more in depth. So if you want to learn more about those lists and more in office functions, you can sign up to attend that training. We move on to the next subcategory. It is staff. And you'll notice again, we haven't moved anywhere on our start page. So our blue highlight is going to stay on students, but we can click on staff to see where we want to go next. Search for staff. Again, that's our basic search start page where it is the start page and it selects staff. So now we can see where we are at. And then we have a staff management section. Change staff field values. Again, that is similar to the change student field values. This would be changing the data that is recorded in any of those staff fields. New staff member. This is where if you in your district, you are the one to enter new staff members into your district. This is where you would go to enter all of their information. You can see that information listed here, and then you would click submit. On staff, we also see in the management section an option to print mailing labels, task management. This is something that's new, one of the newer releases from PowerSchool. Your district leaders will be getting more information on task management, tasks and notifications that just came out recently from PowerSchool. So you can look for information from your district leader as we share that with them at our next meeting. Teacher schedules. This is a great page to show you. If we click on teacher schedules, we are in the high school. And here on the left, we see all of the teachers who are assigned to the high school. This is nice when you're looking up information. Maybe you need to know a teacher's schedule, where someone is at the moment. You can do that by searching here on teacher schedule. So if we pick one of these teachers, Haley Blanchard, we're going to click on Haley and we're going to see her teacher schedule here. What we see is, again, her schedule that she has for students. Over here on the right-hand side, we do have this link, this Power Teacher Pro link. In your district, you may or may not see this link. This is an access, a security access, a role that is assigned to various users that your district leaders assign. But what this link is, if we click on it, it opens in a new tab. And that Power Teacher Pro is where the teachers record, it's their grade book. It's where they record grades for their students in their classes. Again, we're in a training database, so we don't have information listed here, but this is just a little sneak peek of what the teacher grade book looks like. The Power Teacher Pro link here in your admin portal, it does let you look at the teacher gradebook, but this is a view only. You are not able to change anything in the gradebook. It is a view only look at that gradebook. New is where you could click to add a new section for this teacher. So if you click on that, you could enter a new section. You would enter all of the applicable information for that section. Of course, it would need a course number and your expression, the term of the course. Is it a year-long course, a semester course, or a quarter course or term, sorry. And you see the teacher, the lead teacher listed. If there was any additional teachers, you could, like co-teachers, you could add those staff members, teacher's aide, class observer, again, a co-teacher if you had those. And again, you would fill out any applicable information, the room number, the section number. You definitely would need to have a section number. Again, all of the information to create a new section. Again, as a new user, you are probably not the one going to be creating a new section, but we did want to show you what that looks like. And we're going to go back to Haley here. So again, we see Haley's teacher schedule. We have that listed here. So again, these are the courses and sections that Haley is teaching. As we look through this, we can see the courses, the term length. They have all year long terms. Here are the courses, an English teacher here at the high school. We can see that listed here. We notice the section numbers are listed here. These are the section numbers of the course. And this little icon right here notates that there are multiple teachers. So we see that the lead teacher is actually Samantha Hunter, and there are 3 co-teachers listed. So that little pop-up will appear once we click on it. But when you see it, that's what that means. So this section down here doesn't have an icon, so there are not multiple teachers with that course section. Here listed is the room number and then the enrollment column. So the enrollment column is letting you know how many students are assigned into that course in that section. You see it is blue, meaning it is a hyperlink. So we can click on that enrollment number and we can see a class roster attendance for that course that we selected, that course section. You'll notice over here on the right-hand side, I have my detailed view on. When you come to this page, if you're following along, you may have seen this, and that means you do not have a detailed view on. So you can simply click that radio button right there to slide it onto on. And again, that's exactly what it's telling you. It's giving you a detailed view. So you can see specifically those students listed in the class with a little bit more information. You have you can filter the information on this page. Currently, it's defaulting to all of our active students into this course and section, but we could select if we wanted to see any additional students maybe who have dropped the course. So we see this student right here added, Carson, who had dropped the course. They were enrolled in August and dropped it in October. And then you can see any pre-registered students as well. So any students, I don't know, nope, I don't see that we have any, but we have another drop student right here. But if you had any pre-registered students, maybe, today's Thursday, but you have somebody starting on Tuesday, you would, if their enrollment information is in PowerSchool, you would see them as pre-registered. So again, some more information when you have on detailed view. Again, listing your students here, just some basic information when they entered the class, exited the class, and you can see their statuses there on the far right. What's nice here at the bottom underneath the list of students, you have some options. You can take this entire list of students that is checkmarked and you can make them your current selection. What that does is select all of these students and it updates your search selection on your start page. So then if you needed to, maybe this class was going on a field trip and you needed to enter that information that they are on a field trip, you can go to the teacher, select the course section, and then select all of these students, make them your current selection, and then mark their attendance accordingly that they're on a field trip. You can add all of these students to your current selection. So if you already have a group of students and you want to add this group to it, you can click to add. You can see how you can make the current selection of the group of students that you have and modify their class registration. So you would be modifying this information here. So if that is something that you needed to do, you can register them into a different class or drop them from this class. So again, that is some options that you have here. If you wanted to maybe select by hand, maybe you didn't want everybody, just a few of them, you can simply uncheck those boxes and work with the students that you do need to work with. Or you can, again, it'll be defaulted to all, but you can unselect them and pick a few, or again, however you need. You'll see again, we have our current selection. We already have a group of students on our start page. So again, we have some options here to register into this class, the students that we have on our start page, or drop them from this class. So again, this is a nice way to look at teacher schedules, information, specifically the students in those courses. And you can do that again from the enrollment column. You'll also see some attendance columns here to take attendance. Teachers take attendance in their, if you have them take attendance in your district, they're taking, which most, I think all districts take attendance, and they're doing it in the teacher portal, but in the admin portal, you can do that as well. And then there's seating chart and lock. Lock is locking their grade book. So within the admin portal of PowerSchool, the administration has the ability to lock the grade book after a certain time period. For example, if quarter one ends on October 1st, and maybe the teachers are allowed to have 1 week to enter grades after that, the administration maybe will put a lock on the grade book on October 8th, allowing them 1 week to put grades in. So they're able to log in, put grades in, but after that, they can log in, but they would see that that was locked. And I think you saw that on the grade book when we clicked that Power Teacher Pro link. This is what the teachers would see. It's locked if your district uses locks. But you can see that this is a course that is locked. And then underneath here, we do have some options. So again, we're looking at Haley's teacher schedule. If we wanted all of the students in all of her course enrollments, we could check mark the box here and select all of these students. Or maybe we wanted just her English 9 students. We could select just the English 9 students. We could do that. So again, this teacher schedule is a nice screen. Not only selecting these students, but you'll notice as I selected English 9 over here, I have the option to unlock those sections. So if I click unlock, I can say I want to unlock it until, let's say, August 9th. And when I do that, you'll see our lock becomes unlocked. So when we check mark the boxes over here, that is when we see the unlock open up. So again, if you have access to do that, you would see that there. But again, you can select all of your students or select by hand your students that you want to work with in Haley's. You can do that as well. So when we click that, we updated our selection and we would see those students now on our start page. Okay, if we go back to the teacher schedule, one other thing we wanted to show with Haley's teacher schedule and any teacher schedule, you'll see a section under here, other schools. So again, we're at the Meta High School, but we can see that Haley does teach a course section at the middle school. So if your teachers teach some courses at high school and the middle school or elementary or vice versa, if they're teaching at multiple buildings, you would see the other schools listed here. Okay. Any questions so far? Okay. Looking back at the staff menu, staff reports, there's a custom staff member list similar to that custom student list that you can select various fields and make what team members call a pretty list of information. You can print a staff report, quick staff export. Again, those three are kind of the most frequently used reports. Contacts. If we click on contacts, again, here we have our search for contacts. That would take us to the start page. Select that drop down of contacts where we can begin contact searches. We also have a contact management section here. This is where you could add a new contact. If you click on that, you would see the contact record page open where you would enter all of your information for your contact. You would assign what student is associated with this contact. You would not need to assign any web account access information. The parents usually get the information to create their own accounts, but if they've once they create that, this information would be populated. But again, you can enter all of the information for a contact, their phone number, emails, addresses, so on and so forth. You can enter all of that, and once you enter, you're able to click submit. So you can do that through contact management. PowerSchool allows users to create duplicate contacts, whether that be clicking new contact and manually entering it, or again, a third-party registration program, so that it is a program, another program that your district may use to collect registration information and enroll students into PowerSchool. And sometimes with those programs, a duplicate contact is created. Maybe the parent didn't know that they already had an account. Maybe they moved away 5 years ago and now they're back and they forgot that they had an account. So they just created all new. But PowerSchool would still have that information. So then you would have what we call duplicate contacts. When you do have duplicate contacts, there is a way to consolidate the information. And consolidation does just that. It consolidates the information. It doesn't take one information and delete the other. It collects the information on all of those duplicate contact records, and it consolidates them into one record. So when you searched Sally Reddick, you would not see 10 Sallys listed for 10 associated students. It would consolidate that to one Sally Reddick record with 10 associated students on that record. These, why I'm mentioning it, these consolidate contacts, mass consolidate, and contact cleanup. These are customizations that are available that help with that consolidation of contacts. Again, contact information, super important when you're looking up contact information for various reasons when you need to get a hold of people. So you want to make sure your contact information is as up to date as possible and kept clean. That's another phrase. We don't like dirty data. We want clean data, meaning we want to keep everything nice and clean. So this is a way to make sure your contact records do stay accurate and up to date. All right, so that is the people category. Any questions on anything as you were following along, or maybe that you saw on students, staff, or contacts? All right, I think I will go ahead and I'm going to stop my share. And I believe, Kim, now you will be sharing.
Couldn't find my unmute there. Yeah, so it's finally my turn. And I just want to point out something really quickly. And I know that we probably have said this before, but PowerSchool is security driven. So you may be looking at our train database and you may be seeing, all the different categories and things like that. But if you maybe have your database set up on a different screen, you may not be seeing, all these different, the different categories. So just going into our next two icons here over to the side, the menu items, I'm going to cover some attendance and health. And within these two, the reason that I brought up that security issue is you may not see a lot of what is here in attendance and in health, depending on what security you do have set up for yourself or your district leader actually has set up for you. Okay, so moving on then, talking about our next menu item, which is attendance, here off to the left. You'll see many things under attendance management here. The first thing we're going to cover is consecutive absences. And I'm going to go ahead and click on that. And if you have this set up in your attendance preferences, this is something, again, that your district leader would probably have set up. Oh, okay, there's no students with our extended absences. But in your attendance setup, your district leader can set this up to maybe see these consecutive or students with consecutive absences that, maybe you want to see the students that have 3 absences in a row or 5 absences in a row, depending on what your district monitors within those absences. That's how you would set up your attendance. And if you click on that consecutive, you will see those students here in this menu. Again, if you are a administrative person that will work in attendance, you're probably using this quite often to monitor those hours and absences for those students. Another one we're going to look at here is our daily attendance. This allows me to take attendance on students or who has taken attendance on them. I'm just going to go back in our environment here just because we'll go back here for a day so I can show you what this really looks like in a live environment. This shows you all the students that are absent for this particular day. It shows you, it makes all the students are present by default unless you mark them differently. So these boxes up here do show those, and these are very, very helpful. You can actually click on each of these to just show those particular students down below here. Right now, we're just these 231 absent students, and you can see down below here that it is showing each of those students. It's showing that you can click on those students. You can edit their absence from here. You can, go to their home phone if you have a system set up where, you make a call from your actual computer, you can do that. There's the little notation over here. If you have a note about why that student is absent, it will show up in this screen as well. I'm going to go, there's all your present students. So if you want to change, you have Abigail Adams is here today, but you want to change her to to absent, or maybe she's leaving early. She came in tardy. This is where you would do so. You can take charge and do that here if that is your role in your district. Again, you can look at just present students. You can look at just excused students that maybe you've already put an absence in already. You knew ahead of time that that student was going to be absent for today. So those would be the students listed there. And again, you have your unexcused and your tardy students as well. Meeting attendance is another one I just want to take a quick look at. Meeting attendance is often called period attendance. There are those mainly in high school where, each student goes to a different period each day, and that teacher is responsible for taking the attendance for that particular period. That's where your meeting attendance would come into play. Again, I'm going to just go back here to a previous date so that I can show you some meeting attendance and how that plays out on this screen. Again, you're going to have your students here. You're going to be able to edit this attendance within the student line. And then you'll see that each period is listed over here to the right. And each period maybe has a different attendance. This student maybe was tardy for that particular period. This is where you would keep track of that. And you could look at this as, I guess, a whole picture of your day once the teachers of that period start taking their attendance. Again, you can edit that here, and again, this is all this is why I mentioned the security role at the very beginning, is because this is all security driven. You're not going to be able to do this if you are not that person that plays that role within your district. Heading back up here to the top, I just want to point something out. This is the meeting attendance that was submitted up until, well, actually, since we went back in date for that particular date. You can see some period attendance down here is missing. That's why it's only 72%. You can show this as being a total or just your ADA numbers there up at the top. There are some filters. If you just wanted to filter anyone that had an absent excused, you could use your basic filter here. You could put anything in here that you wanted. If you just wanted your absences, if you just wanted your excused absences, your tardies, so on, you could use that filter there as well. Okay. I'm not going to go through each and every one of these, only because, our attendance and health, both, we have a separate training on that. Attendance is very, very, very extensive. It's actually a full day of a training, and we look at HB 410 hours. We look into we just dive very deep into everything that an attendance secretary would need. We do work with our district leaders on setting up all that information for their attendance each year. So it does require, a different training. This is not something that we could go through each of these things and cover in IPT. I will show you this though really quick, the present students dashboard. This is very important right now. You can look for a student who is here right now. This is good for emergencies, lockdown drills, school-wide incidents. This is something that, I think that all of our schools are looking at right now. If I go back again, I'm going to just go back to a different date here, and I'm going to look as of on April 2nd at 9:59 a.m. These were the students that were in my building and in their seats in my building. You can see that, you can go through here, you can look, there's pages and pages and pages. You can click on each student if you need to know, if you need to individually look them up. But again, this is just really important for, our day and time right now. This does look at the student schedule and looks at the bell schedule. So that's why your bell schedule and your student schedules are very, very important when it comes to this part of attendance. Going back through attendance, then you'll see another category here, the attendance reports. There are many, many other attendance reports, but these might be ones that your attendance secretary would look at on a daily basis. Your absentee report obviously would be really important for that secretary, maybe in the morning. After that attendance period is over, your attendance secretary may go in here and use this report to run that daily attendance to see what students are absent. She would run the daily attendance is what we use here in Ohio. And you can run this on a selected group of students, or you can run this on all students. Most attendance secretaries in the morning would probably be running it on all students just to see, who is here or who the teachers have marked absent that day. You have particular absence codes that you can choose. If you don't choose any, it will choose all of them. You can use a date to scan. So if you want to just go back, you forgot to run maybe an attendance report for a certain day, you can go back and scan a previous date for that attendance report. During our attendance training, we do go into more detail about all the reports. We go into detail about how the teacher will take the Power Teacher attendance is a different way of viewing for the teachers, and how they've submitted the attendance and what to look for on these reports. Another one I just want to show you here real quick is the teacher attendance submission status. This will tell you what teachers have taken attendance for the day. So I'm just going to again go back and show you what that looks like. And this will show you, if you have maybe a rule at your district, hey, we need attendance taken by 8:15 every morning, you can go in here at 8:16 and you can say, okay, these are the teachers that have taken the attendance, the ones in green, the ones that are green with the green check mark. The ones that in red are the teachers that have not taken attendance for the day. So you can actually, maybe use this list and send these teachers an email. Hey, you had it for your attendance period is over. Can you please go ahead and submit your attendance before I run that attendance list? And that way your attendance list will be complete. You can change the order of this by, we have it by alphabetical right now. You can have the ones taken attendance first, or the ones that had just taken no attendance at all. You can show all, you can show complete attendance, or you can show incomplete attendance. So again, this would be something that probably your attendance secretary would do every day. We do cover this very extensively in the attendance training. I do want to point out while we're here at the attendance menu here that we do have an attendance training coming up. Our attendance management training is actually next Tuesday on August 6th. I did check right before this training, and we do have seats available for that training. So if you have an attendance secretary that's maybe not on our initial product training today, make sure you let her or him know that we do have that training coming up next Tuesday. Okay, moving on then to our next menu item, which is our health menu over here. Again, we do have this as a separate training as well. It's mostly your nurses, maybe some district leaders will come to this health training. We do have a few secretaries, administrative assistants that come that maybe act as their nurse, that maybe may need to make notes of, giving a student a Tylenol each day, or checking, a student's temperature each day. We do have those type of staff members that do come to the health management training. The health management training, I think I did say this, is only a half day. So it is something that, you can fit in maybe into your schedule. Right now, we do have a health training scheduled for September 5th. It's not on our Eventbrite calendar yet, but it will be on there probably within the week or so. But that would be something that you and your administrative person that deals with the illnesses of students coming into the office, things like that, and that you want to make sure that it is noted in PowerSchool. This is where you, or that's the training that they would need to go to. I'm going to show you a couple things here in the health menu, only because I feel that it's necessary to know that there is a place for you to keep track of the health information in PowerSchool. There are several of our districts that do have a third-party software that is goes into maybe a little bit more detail than PowerSchool does, but this keeps track of your basic information. I'm going to just go in here and show you all immunizations. This is very important to our nurses, to make sure that the students have the immunizations that they need to maybe start kindergarten. I know there's an update on immunizations in, I believe, the 7th grade. I am not a nurse. I do not know exact details, but I do know how to tell your nurses how to get the information into PowerSchool. Your daily health to-do list is one really important one. When you go into your health to-do list, this lists all the things for that date that you have entered that you need to do. So say you have students that, come every day at noon to take a particular medication, or maybe to get, a shot every day, or just need to check in maybe for a temperature monitor or something like this. You would be able to see those students here. You'd be able to go in and record that, yes, you did take, Susie's temperature today, and this is what it was, and it was okay, and you didn't need to make a parent phone call, and so on. So this is where you would keep track of that. There is immunization compliance. I guess that's under the students, and we can cover this a little bit later in the student selection, but immunization compliance is really important right now. We need to make sure that those kindergarten students or those 7th grade students have those immunizations that they need, and if not, that there is a waiver in place. So that is where you would keep track of that. Health screenings and physical results. Again, this is a student selection, but if as a administrative assistant, you may at one time or another need to look at those health screenings and make sure that student has it. Maybe if there was an injury to 2 students and you just want to make sure that all the screenings and physicals were done on the student, this is where you would look that up. Again, I highly recommend that your nurses, anybody dealing with students who are sick, anybody coming to the office and things like that, do attend that health management training. We do take a deep dive into that, and it'll be very, very, very helpful for your nurses and for your administrative staff, along with the attendants. So, okay, so I went ahead and covered that. I think we're going to move on then to school enrollment. I'll stop sharing my screen, and I believe I'm passing this on to Stephen.
That is right. So we are moving on down the left nav menu here. And next, like Kim said, we're looking at school enrollment, the school enrollment. And I'm just going to point out, I'm going to kind of cherry pick a few things off of this list here. Some of them I'll describe in more detail than others, but just to kind of hit the highlights as we've been doing this morning. So Sally mentioned earlier that a lot of our users aren't using PowerSchool fees. They're maybe they have a third party, maybe your district has a third party vendor to manage fees. Maybe you are using PowerSchool fees. So I just wanted to point out that a couple of the links in this menu here are regarding fees, such as school enrollment fees, if that applies, or creating new school enrollment fees here. But the one I did want to point out and talk a little bit more in detail about is your enroll new student. Now we do have an enrollments and transfers training, specific half-day training coming up as well. You've heard us say that a few times this morning already on these more individualized specific subject trainings. Enrollments is another one that usually is done by very specific staff in either your building or at the district level. But enrolling a new student is going to be done at the building level. So as you can see, I'm at Meta High School here in my train environment. And the enroll new student page isn't the end of the enrollment process, it's only the beginning. I want to point that out because whomever does enrollment at your school for brand new students in the district or into the building is going to start their process here. So they're going to come here to fill out basically demographics information here on top. They're going to move on down, and as they fill in some of these fields, there will be more places, more fields that pop out for them to fill in. But once they complete this page, there will be other places to touch, other pages, student pages that is, to touch here in PowerSchool to get that enrollment complete. There's a lot of setup to do on a student. Again, this is a specific role probably assigned to certain individuals in your district, and not just anybody would be doing the enrollment. So if that's you, I highly recommend, and you are new, I highly recommend the enrollments and transfers training. Again, this is just the page that it begins on under the school enrollment menu. The next one I'd like to talk about is the enrollment summary report. So I am going to go for this one back to the start page, even though I can access this left nav menu from any other page. And I do want to just take this point to remind you all that any of these pages that we're going through in the menu can also be found in the PowerSchool search. So if I wasn't sure, for example, where to enroll a new student, I'm new and I'm still learning, I would simply type the word enroll here, and I would look at my options, and I would find the enroll new students. The next page we're going to look at is the enrollment summary report, and that's going to be possibly a valuable report for you and your administrators, or even at a higher level, your administration office at the district level, to know demographically who's in your building. So I could click here, but I'm going to use the left nav menu that we've been on to go to the exact same place. So I'm going to click on enrollment summary. And just like a lot of the functions on the left nav menu and pertaining to what we talked about with the group actions menu on Tuesday, and Sally reminded you of this morning, you have to have a selection for some of these actions or functions to proceed. So in order to proceed, I would need to select a group of students. I could do that here from this screen. What I want to do from my example is remind you of the multi-select function that we learned about on Tuesday. So I have this list of students that I work with frequently in my building, and I'm going to, well, I'm actually going to copy all those numbers here. I'm going to copy those numbers out of my spreadsheet, use the multi-select function from right here or from the start page, and I'm going to copy them from my spreadsheet and paste them right into the multi-select function, making sure that I have student number selected. I'm going to click search. And now I have my selection of 13 students for my spreadsheet. So now I have a selection of students and I can proceed in looking at the enrollment summary. Interestingly, when I go into this enrollment summary, you'll see two primary options. One of them is I can look at the bigger picture. I can look at the demographical statistics of every student in the building at once, and I'll show you what I mean here. So I'm going to go into enrollment summary. And at the current moment, because there's these two options of all active enrollments and current selection, it is only showing me my current selection of students. So it's only showing me, again, in these results down here, the 13 students that I have selected. So you have the columns up here, the total by grade level, and then you have it broken down by federal race and ethnicity, reporting ethnicity there. And you can see that all students by ethnicity are listed as well, but it's also listed by grade level, and then you get your totals down here. I do want to point out that each of these numbers are hyperlinks. They can be clicked into, so you can make those students your selection. So I think for the purpose of this example, we'd have a better picture of what this report could look like if we go to all active enrollments. And then notice that when I click all active enrollments, it's going to make me choose a date. It has to be a date that's in session. So I'm going to back up to a date in session. And now I'm on April 1st of 2024. Again, just a reminder, we're looking at this past year's data for our examples here today. So when I back up to April 1st, I can see that in my building, as of April 1st, the active enrollments included 1,721 students, 890 males, 831 females, and then broken down by federal ethnicity. And I can go across here. And again, so I know one way that I've used this in the past in a building is maybe I had a scholarship available for seniors of a certain ethnicity and even gender. And I could find out who those students are and get the right information to them. But more commonly, I would say at a higher level, administrative type of level, this is really used for reporting, and sometimes your principal or superintendent's office needs to know this data, this information about who demographically, again, who's in your building. So that's how you would find that information here on this page. So a pretty useful tool for certain members of your team. The next one I want to talk about here is I'm not going to go into these specific to enrollments and transfers because again, that's going to be covered in depth in the enrollments and transfers training. And I do see that Kim popped that in the chat for us. Thank you, Kim. When that is taking place, it's next Thursday on the 8th. So if we have a group of students that need to be enrolled back into a school or transferred out, we can do those group actions, so to speak, from this menu here. Next, school indicators. So again, not applicable to everybody, so I'm just going to go through this pretty quickly. Next, school indicators are any buildings that students could, in your district, that students could move into from the building they're currently into at the end of a school year. For example, every year you have a group of 8th graders, or probably almost, if not all of your 8th graders, will move on to the high school. And if you are a kind of a more traditional standard district in the way that your students move from elementary to middle, you may have a group of all of your 5th graders who move on to their middle school. And similarly, you have all of your seniors that move on to what we call the graduate building. So I'm going to, and that's what we're going to find here. So I'm going to click on next school indicators here. And this shows me a list for this building here. I'm in Meta High School. of where my students might roll into in the end of year process. Every year, your district is a customer of Meta, therefore you have we will run the end of year process for you. And part of that process is going to look at the student's next grade level, or if they're graduating, they'll become a 99 grade level. But it's also going to roll them into the next building they're pointed to, their next school. Next school is uh, a field on all students that you can search by. You want to make sure that all students in your district do have a next school. That's on the district leaders checklist or the school building leaders checklist to be sure before the end of year rollover, all students do have a next school, because you don't want them floating out there in nowhere land when after we run your end of year for you. So every kid should have a next school indicator, even if they're moving on to the next high school building. All active students, I should say. I should specify that. So again, we talked about what the electronic building in your district actually means. It's those students who your district is responsible for educating, but are placed out elsewhere. And so that's why that might be a next school indicator for them. Some of those students who are moving into different placements for the next year. You have your grad building, but the majority of your high school kids are going to go right back into what we'll call meta high school here. This is a train environment, scrambled data. So we'll just say that's meta high school there. You know, your 9th, 10th, and 11th graders, they're all going to roll back into. So their next school will be set as meta high school once again. They're going to come back to you. So I just want to show you where those are set up at. Again, probably not a page most of you will ever touch. And then set next school indicator, very much related to what I was just talking about here. So I'm going to click into here. And like changing student field values, kind of a dangerous place to play here. I do not recommend that you use this page unless you know exactly what you're doing. I could come here if I had access to this page, and I could actually set a next school on all my 13 students in my selection right here from this page. It's a nice, easy button, but almost too easy to make mistakes on. So I wouldn't recommend you do this unless you are the enrollments person, or maybe a scheduler. We do have some schedulers who take care of this piece. For example, if I work in a middle school and I need to be sure during scheduling season that all of my 8th graders are now set toward the high school, they will need to be changed at some point. So this would be a good example of why you would use the screen. Maybe I have all the 8th graders in my middle school in the selection, and I'm coming here and marking them for meta high school and submitting. But just like changing student field values, that is a permanent change to a group of students until you change it some other way. You can make this change individually on a student via their scheduling setup screen that we'll see later on this morning or this afternoon. But again, this is the way to do it en masse. This function is also available in the group actions menu. It's just one I didn't touch on when we were over there. All right. So that's all I'm going to talk about in the school enrollment for the majority of us that we would need to know about. And I'm going to move right on to all courses and programs. So courses and programs is this blanket icon menu that PowerSchool created with the enhanced menu. And the reason it encompasses both courses and programs is because we use student programs, which you may or may not have heard that term within PowerSchool before. We use them to identify students, mostly for state reporting. And so I'm going to click in here in just a moment, and I'm going to show you some examples of students that are in quote unquote programs. Years ago, these used to have a different name, but we call them student programs just to avoid any confusion with other ways we identify students in PowerSchool. So student programs, again, mostly for state reporting, but can be used for other things. And I'm going to show you some examples. So this would be the place in your PowerSchool environment to see all programs that are available to you to place students into in your building. So again, I'm in the high school. Student programs are only created at the district level. And then you would see them available to you in your environment. So they should not be created at the building level. Again, mostly for state reporting. I know I've said it a couple times. But if you are creating new programs or you need someone to create new programs for you, I do recommend consulting your EMIS coordinator, who is the person that's in charge of state reporting. Any one of these programs with a number at the front of it, or you'll see some others like ACC and SPED for special ed, are going to be state programs. So what we do is we enroll students into these programs at a certain date to tell the state how these students should be identified. Special ed, gifted ed, and other such things. Another example I'm going to give is these graduation seals that you may or may not have heard of. If you work in a high school, you're probably well familiar with them. If you don't work in a high school, you're not going to be familiar with this, but I'll use it as the example. These are some of the newer codes that have been created by the state that we then enter into PowerSchool. And by enrolling students into these programs, and I do air quotes when I say enrolling into these programs, what we're saying is we're really identifying a group of students. So, for example, when a student in the high school has earned his or her community service graduation seal to go on their transcript, by enrolling them into this program, we're sharing with the state that they've earned that seal. Also, our high school transcript, in some cases, look at the program enrollments, and that's how it knows to display that actual seal, the actual visual seal that you might have seen on a high school transcript comes from a lot of these programs here. Now, aside from state reporting, another way that some of these programs are used, because they're not all state reporting programs, is I'll give the examples of these co-taught ones. Those who work in power schedulers, so our middle and high school buildings particularly, again, may use these programs to identify students to get them into the right classes. So co-taught or team taught are a good way to identify these programs, because what we're doing is we're identifying students who need to be in a class per their IEPs typically with a co-teacher in the or a support staff in the classroom with them. So when I go to this program here, the main thing is that it's not going to be used for state reporting. Okay, so so not state reported, just simply has a name. They're going to submit, and then so notice that leave blank to exclude program from the GQ student program record. There's nothing here. It's just a name and a name only that no one ever really sees. It just helps in getting students into the right places. Whereas if I go into one of these state programs here, it has a code. It has, it's in the student data sets. And again, that identifying number is your key piece of information you need to know that this is a state reportable program. So again, something a lot of you may never use, but when we're going through the student screens, you may be curious, how do I know which students are in which programs? So I'm gonna show you how to see the entire group, one way to see the entire group of students that are enrolled into a program. But also when we get to the individual student screens, you will see a student program screen that'll per student list each one of her programs on that she's enrolled in. So I'm going to click on display over here though. So again, show current students. I'm going to click display. And these are the two students who are enrolled into the educational travel program for state identification. All right. I'm going to show you another example because I'd like to find one with a little bit more students in it, and I'll show you why. Not a good one. Not a good one. Okay. Well, what I wanted to show you is there are going to be programs here that have students who have already graduated in them potentially sometimes. And the reason you might see that is that when we put entry dates on, sometimes we don't put an exit date on them. Sometimes we do. Again, for these state reportable programs, that's something that your EMIS person would be paying attention to. And that, if you're not a state reporting person, you won't be putting beginning or end dates, and you won't be enrolling students into these programs. Your EAMS person will. For that example I gave you earlier of the grad seals and even these ones that are called co-tots for scheduling, we don't usually put an end date of enrollment on them, which is why sometimes you'll see those students still in there even after they graduate. It's not harming anything. Again, this is just a way of identifying students. So student programs, very different from course enrollments. It's simply a way of identifying students. You will also see, just as a last final touch on this one, you will see many that have Z's at the beginning, as well as obsoletes. I think you saw above. So Z's or obsoletes mean that they used to be used for state reporting, but they're no longer used, but they do still have to exist in your system, because at some point in the history of your system, we had students identified with those, so they cannot be deleted. All right. Okay. Program. Okay. So we talked again about fees, and I'm not going to go into any detail on here because most of our districts don't use fees. But if you needed to, this is a way that you could, with a selection of students, apply certain course registration fees. So on the school enrollment menu, you could have applied a school fee. Here you can apply course-specific fees. Invalid requests. Another not very well used or not often used piece of PowerSchool with the customers we work with. What this shows is students who are requested for courses for the next year that don't meet the prerequisites of that course. So there are better reports and ways to see that information in PowerScheduler. So if you're a secondary building scheduler that uses course requests, you're going to be using PowerScheduler most likely, and not this report. Mass assigned student programs is what it sounds like. I'm going to click into here. So in order to enroll a student or group of students in programs, you can either have your group of students selected. You may remember that I have my 13 advisory students that I've been using as my example throughout this training. So with these 13 students, I could enroll them into any one of these programs here if and as needed. Again, if I'm not NEMIS coordinator, I wouldn't necessarily do that. But an entry date is required for the program enrollment. An exit date, an exit code, and comment are not necessarily required, but that is just the way that you would do it. If you were again using these for scheduling, or if you're a high school counselor or a support staff in the high school who works with student graduation requirements, then you might be enrolling groups of students at times once they've earned their grad seals into those grad seals programs, like community service is the example I used earlier. So these 13 students over the summer have completed their community service requirement and are earning the graduation seal. Once I enter that date on here, I have these 13 students selected and I submit. Now all of the students will populate a community service grad seal on their transcript. But more importantly, it will report to the state during state reporting season who earned the community service grad seal in our district. We talked about mass register on the group actions menu the other day. So just a quick reminder, that was if I had a group of students and I wanted to enroll them all into a specific course section in the building as of a certain date. Again, very commonly used in elementary schools, of course, this time of year, but could be used in middle and high schools because maybe you have, I gave the example of advisory, or I'll give the example of homeroom. Maybe I'm grabbing groups of students and I'm enrolling them into the homerooms they need to be enrolled in before the school year starts. So I could go here and I could find the period number or the teacher or any of these other filters, course number even, and search, populate a list, and select the section that I need to enroll them in, using, of course, at this point, the first date of the school year. And then after school starts, of course, just as a reminder, be sure that you're using the enrollment date, the first enrollment date that the students were in classes. All right, so it's just my brief overview on that. This is something I don't think we touched on Tuesday, and I want to make sure we do get to. And actually, I just took a case on this subject yesterday. This is common this time of year as well. Frequently, we have buildings who have students that take classes at other buildings in their district. So not a lot of our users use this for summer school registration. So the name to a lot of us is off-putting. When we see that summer school registration, a lot of us, and I remember being in a district thinking, okay, that's not a function for me. But what may be important to you is the remote registration, that remote piece. So I'm going to go ahead and click on here. And again, this is another function that can be done individually on one student from the student screen or in mass with a group of students. So I have a group of 13 students. And for a moment here, to avoid flipping back and forth in the buildings, for a moment, I'm going to pretend that I'm in a middle school because this is the way it's used most commonly. I'm going to pretend I'm in a middle school and I have a group of 8th graders that I need to enroll up to a high school. That would be a common way this is used. So if you want your 13 8th graders that are going up to algebra at the high school to show in that teacher's grade book, you don't want to have a separate middle school section that resides over at the middle school. We do have buildings that do it that way too. Your high school algebra teacher will have 2 sections. They'll have their 9th grader group in the high school building, and then they'll have to flip over to the middle school to look at their 8th graders. But instead of that, you could use remote enrollment. So what I'm doing is, again, I'm remote enrolling a group of students into a class at a building they don't reside within in terms of enrollment. So again, most frequently middle to high school, but it could go other places, such as a 5th grader going to a 6th grade course if it's across the parking lot, and you have some accelerated 5th graders going into 6th grade classes. I've seen some of that as well. So again, we're going to kind of pretend here, but just for purposes of the example and the fact that we're in the high school, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say this group of students is going to this other building and they take a geometry course over there. If there's no sections available, which I thought might be the case, it's not going to populate any sections here. But if you were able to find one that there are sections available, then it would populate 1, 2, 3, or 10 sections that you'd be able to find. So unfortunately, I'm not able to find any that have sections in them, but it would give you a radio button, and you would select that one radio button to select which section at the other building that you're enrolling them in. And then you would again populate the enrollment date you want them to start. So in our building, we'll say that they're going to all start on the first day of school, which is August 21st. So I would select the building they're going over to, the course number, and then I would get a list of sections, select that one, and then a registration date. I would hit submit. And those 13 students are now on the roster of that teacher at the other building that they don't attend. Also, the administrative staff in that other building can now see those students with a search on the main start page by including remote enrollments in their search. And then back at the building that they go to, the building they're actually enrolled in, anybody in the administrative view here in the admin portal will be able to see that this student takes classes at both the middle and the high school now.
I have a question about that.
Yes.
So I am the 8th grade secretary.
Mm-hmm.
So I do have, I think this year we've got like 62 kids that are taking a world language at the high school.
Mm-hmm.
And so if I do that where I have my world language kids, do I have to do it from the high school's page or do I do it from the middle school's page?
Great question. You're doing it from the middle school. So you work in the middle school and your students are enrolled at the middle school building.
Correct.
So you're in the middle school, and I'll go ahead and flip over for this example. This is a good example. So this is most commonly how we would see this, right? So I am going to select my 8th graders and just make a quick selection here. It's these 5 kids. I'm going to grab those 5 kids, and then I'm going to mass remote them. Again, I can do it on an individual kid if I have 1 kid, but you have 60, I have 5. Either way, I'm going to go to that mass remote screen from my middle school with my 8th grader selected. And I'm going to say they're going over to the high school. And again, I'm going to see if I can find maybe an algebra 1. No, I'm striking out here. But it'll pop you. So what it'll do is it'll populate the sections, and then I will grab that section. I'll just click onto it, make sure I have the date right, and I would submit. And now they're enrolled in the building over there. So on that teacher's roster in their grade book and for attendance purposes, that high school teacher will now see your students that you've enrolled over there. In your case, I know there would never be 60 kids in one specific section. So you'll need to select them based on which section they're going to. Like these 12 kids are going to this one, but these 20 kids are going over to this one. And you would need to do that in segments, if that makes sense.
Okay, so like the kids that, because we have 5 different languages. So I'd pick like German, Spanish, French, like that's how I would populate it.
Yeah. Do you have a list of those students on a spreadsheet with their student number by chance?
Yes, I do.
Great. So just like I used the multi-select earlier, that's how I would do it. I would use the filter on your spreadsheet to say, I'm only grabbing my German students right now. And I would get them on the start page, and then I would go to that courses and programs, mass remote, select the building they're going to, start typing the course number or the course name here in the filter, and then it'll populate whatever German sections are available over there, and you'll pick the particular section.
Okay.
Now, follow-up question, are they all going in the same section?
At the high school, yeah, like there's only one teacher that teaches German.
Okay. But does he or she teach multiple sections of it though, like a first, second, third period or something like that?
No. So my high school, my 8th graders that go to the high school are only over there during first period.
Okay, fantastic. So that makes it a little bit easier on you. So yeah, you're selecting your German students from your spreadsheet, finding that selection in PowerSchool, coming over here to Mass Remote, select the high school, your high school from the drop down, type German into here, and it will, or whatever your course number is, could also be it. And then it'll populate that section here, pick the first period section, because it will not only give you the section number, but it'll also give you the expression. So you're looking for that first period, and then you're going to make sure the date is correct and hit submit.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for clarifying.
You're welcome. All right. In the final piece, I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this one here, is the master course schedule. I think that everybody that works in the admin portal, that works in any school building, should know about this one. This is going to be your big picture, and I'll return to the start page again for just for all intents and purposes of looking at the menu and where you typically come from here. So course and programs, master course schedule. This is another one of those examples in your PowerSchool search that if I were to type master schedule, which I think would be a natural search that I would want to do to see my master schedule in my building, it's not going to populate this page as an option. It's where the PowerSchool search is a little finicky. You have to have, so that's why I would only type master or schedule and then when I'm looking for that. So just kind of one of those tips in your searches when you're looking for pages in PowerSchool. But if you remember exactly where to find it, you won't need to use the PowerSchool search for this one. This is an important one. So I'm going to click on Master Course Schedule. And what I want to do here, if I don't populate any results, I'm going to go back to the high school. I apologize. Most of my examples reside at the high school, so. So I can click on Master Course Schedule. And the reason it's saying document moved, could not read save preferences is I don't have any preferences selected. You might be seeing the same thing. If you get that result, which you probably will not at your home district, I'm going to click on Show Preferences. And this is the preferences screen where I get to decide what I want to display on this master course schedule and how I want it to display. So to start, I'm just going to select all periods of the day, all days, although this building only has one cycle day. We do have buildings that schedule on different days. So, for example, you may have seen buildings that have A and B days. Students may go to different classes depending on whether it's an A or a B day. More commonly, we have buildings. I see a lot of this at elementary school and some at the middle and high schools as well, where you have an A, B, C, D, and E day, which means maybe something different takes place some of those days of the week. And so on your school calendar, Mondays may be A days and Fridays may be E days. And even if there's only one student who does something a little bit differently on one of those days, it's a good way to identify for attendance purposes and tracking where exactly every student is in the building. That's why you might see multiple cycle days, or maybe your buildings are using multiple cycle days. So it's pretty common. But this building, we kept it simple. It's only an A day, which means all students do the same thing every day in the schedule. So I could click A and I could click all days and it would be the same thing here. I'm going to say all rooms. I am going to pick all teachers. And this is, again, one of those places that I do encourage you to follow along and kind of play around with, especially if you haven't seen this before. And I'll go through a couple of examples here. I can sort by different parameters like course number and credit type, not commonly used. I don't think I've ever used that sort. Course name. Typically, I use teacher name. So, and you'll see what this looks like when I click submit here. So again, I've got all periods, all days, all rooms, all teachers, sort by teacher, and then the matrix view I'm going to start with. You'll notice there is a list view. I'll return here to this page and show you the difference. So I'll start with matrix. And if you're unfamiliar with PowerSchool, or you're unfamiliar with how your building is laid out in terms of where kids are during the day, where teachers teach, what teachers teach, this might be another good resource. I really like the view that Sally showed you earlier of the teacher schedules. So if you're looking at individual teachers, that is probably your best resource. But if you want the big picture view, if you want to see everybody in the building and where they teach, which order they teach things in, and that sort of thing, then you can look at this view here. So this is called the matrix view, and it's still populating here. Give it a second. Okay. Apparently there's a lot of course sections in this building. So across the top here, you have your expressions. It looks like this first teacher, Megan, and I noticed that she's, it says ventures in her username. And then I see that all her classes are taught during the same period of the day. When I'm looking in a high school and I see something like that, and even the V at the beginning of the course number is an indicator, I'm thinking she's the virtual class teacher. She teaches all these classes at once, virtually, to groups of students. And so, but what I want to point out here is this view will show you the order that the teacher teaches classes. So again, first one here is not a great example, but it'll tell you the course name, the course number, section number, as well as the amount of students enrolled into the section and the max enrollment allowed in the section. It'll also give you the room number she's in, the expression, so she teaches in the 14th period. Again, probably just a holding place in your schedule for these virtual classes, and it'll also tell you what term that takes place in. So I'm going to try to find a more traditional teacher schedule. There we go. All right, so so Jason here, fake teacher in my fake database here, teaches English 9, AP Language and Comp. He's responsible for a group of students around the lunchtime, or maybe his name is just on the lunch period. Anytime a teacher, either a teacher that is a lead teacher or a co-teacher on a section, assigned to a section, it'll appear on their schedule here in this view, just like on the teacher schedules page. So I do see that they are probably identifying students for like maybe a homeroom or houses, as some schools use. by placing 165 students under STEAM Townhouse with this teacher. But mainly what I want you to see is this is just a good overhead view of what Nicole and Jason and Susie's schedule looks like throughout the day, and all the teachers in your building or everyone that you have selected. So again, I chose to select them all. One confusing thing about this view here that some people don't like is the way it stacks classes that are at the same time. So for example, it looks like Jeffrey's responsible for an AP Environmental Science as well as an Honors Environmental Science, and he teaches them simultaneously. He has 9 kids in 8th period that are taking AP, and he has 5 more that are taking environmental. The kids have to be identified with the actual course they're in, but some of our buildings, especially smaller buildings, may teach the same class. A teacher may be teaching 2 classes at the same time with the same group of students. So in this case, he has 14 kids between the 2, but you might be a little thrown when you look at this view and you see 2 classes here. It's because they're in the same period, in the same term, at the same time. Similarly, this teacher, James, teaches semester 1 classes, but he also teaches semester 2 classes. This view also stacks them. So it gets a little confusing if he teaches every drawing class in first period in S1, and then he also teaches every drawing class in S2 at the same time. This is not very typical thing, but in a typical school, maybe he teaches drawing 1 in S1 and he teaches drawing 2 in S2. It would just stack them on top of each other. So it looks like they're at the same time when in fact they're in different terms, of course. So but this is a good view, again, to see where your teachers are teaching. You can also look at who's in the course by clicking into the enrollment, and you'll see the same view that Sally showed you earlier from the teacher schedule with that simple list of students. And then you can turn on the detailed view just like you could from the teacher schedule as well. So it's just another view. This isn't a good place to edit course sections from or edit enrollments from at all. But again, just a good overhead view of everything that's going on in your building and the schedule. So I want to scroll all the way to the bottom, and sorry for scrolling so quickly here. Maybe it's at the top. There it is. I'm looking for this Show Preferences button here. What I could also do is I could also say I only want to see first period, and I only want to see certain teacher schedules, and I could leave it the same. I could submit, and I'm only going to see the teachers in the period that I have selected. So I need to know maybe what these 5 or 6 teachers are teaching in period 1 and get a look at that, a quick look at that. I can see that from this view. So just another way to use this matrix view. And then finally on the master course schedule view here, I do also want to show you that there's a list view, which a lot of people do prefer. I'm going to click back to all teachers again, and I'm going to leave everything else the same. I want all things selected, but I want the list view, not the matrix. Again, some people prefer this one. So I click on submit, and it's a much cleaner, easier view to look at in a list format. So it is sorting it by expression or period. So we get the first period first, and you can see everything that Danielle and Nicole and Jason and Susie teach first period. And you get the course name. Again, you get the course number, section number, the expression, the term it takes place in, the room, the students that are enrolled in it currently, the amount of students, I should say. This does not have the clickable hyperlink here, but also the max seats available in the section. This is not filterable or sortable, but there is a report that does this exact thing in PowerSchool that is filterable and sortable that I'd recommend over this one. But if you needed to bring this out to a spreadsheet, you could simply copy paste this right into a spreadsheet. It comes through real clean, and then you have all these sections to work with if you just wanted to look at certain teachers or within a certain period or term, or maybe find your classes that have no kids in them currently. And again, this is looking for active enrollments, so will not include your dropped students or pre-registered students in that number there. So important note to make. So currently active students in the section. So that's a little bit about the master course schedule. We're going to move right along. Speaking of reports you can use, we're going to go on to data and reporting. So starting from the top here, we're going to talk through some reports that may be helpful to you throughout this next segment. I think we'll take a 5-minute break actually before we move on. I'm looking at the time right now. It's 10:53, so why don't we come back right about 11 o'clock, and at 11 o'clock we'll continue on into the data and reporting part of the menu. In the next hour or less, and then by lunchtime when we release, it's like a 30-minute lunch, and then we'll come back and go through some student-specific screens. But this morning we do want to the next part, since we're at that point in the menu, I will share my screen again here. We're at that point in the menu where we are getting to data and reporting, and data and reporting is a very general, like a lot of these, it's very general in that it includes a lot of different things about data and a lot of different types of reports that you can use in PowerSchool. So we get a question all the time, which is incredibly valid and question that we would expect, and that's where are some good reports that I can find? Um, how do I pull student information? So we've talked about quick exporting or making a custom student list to get basic student data out of the system. We have looked at we've talked about other types of reports that you might find, like student-specific reports, like you've heard me say the word transcript before when we're talking about high school. I showed you that master course schedule, which could technically be considered a report. But now we're going to move into the area of, but where are the bigger picture reports to pull data from different places out of PowerSchool? Kim described the other day the system of PowerSchool as a file cabinet with all these file drawers and file folders within them. So how do I access all of that or know where to go? So what I want to do is I want to click into this data and reporting, and again, this is a broad term for a lot of pieces of PowerSchool. So we're going to spend a little bit of time on this now. And then hopefully it will inspire you to start thinking about what types of reports you would need, how you would use the pieces of this menu and such. So I'll just start from the top here. The Meta Alert Builder is a customization that has allowed us to create, has allowed you as users, district leaders particularly in your district, to create new alerts on PowerSchool on students. What that means is to identify things about a student that an administrative staff would want to know or need to know when they look at a student's information. So I'm going to show you an example real quickly of what that might look like. So I'm going to click on my first student here. And again, we're not quite on student screen, so I'm jumping a little bit ahead, but I'm going to show you an example of some of these alerts that we might find on students. And so we'll talk more about this header once we get to student screens, but I just wanted to point out, you see these alerts up here. Some have come from Core PowerSchool, and some of them have been created by our users through the alert builder. And so one of the examples that's maybe a customized built out alert is cross country. Now, this may not be something that you would use in a district, but maybe there would be a district who wants to identify right on the student line an activity that a student is in. So if I click into that alert, I can see that Daniel participates in cross country. And I'm not going to go through all of these right now, but that's just one example of a customized alert that may be being used on a student. So I'm going to come back here, but I wanted to show you what this was pertaining to when I click into here. So this is the page where I can go look at which students have those particular alerts on them. So when I go into the reports, the alert builder reports, I do need to have a selection of students. So I may have every student in the building. I decided not to select, for this example, every student in the building or even entire grade level, because I worried that it, excuse me, that it would take a little while to run one of these reports. So I did ease it right down to my 13 example students. And One of the alerts that's been created is the House Bill 410 threshold. Now, those of you who are not attendance staff or staff that don't work at all in attendance may or may not know that House Bill 410 pertains to the amount of hours that a student needs to be in school, the amount of minutes a student needs to be in school, and how much they can and cannot miss of school before being considered truant. So that's what that HB 410, just a very brief and basic explanation of what that pertains to. So somebody created a House Bill 410 threshold based on their attendance. And I'm going to click on that here, that checkbox here. And now, similar to how we were using the field values in searching on the start page on Tuesday, this is going to give us a quick answer on students who have a particular alert on them. And again, these are alerts that your district leader can build, or they can go out and find from other districts. It's really, really sweet the way our developers created that, where they've kind of created a community where the districts can now share our districts can now share alerts among them if you have the customization, so that it's really nice. And so this House Bill 410 threshold, these students are at risk, and so based upon the parameters that we've set, and so that's why they're coming up in my search. And so again, just another way to find data on students. And you know, another example I think I can use here is, I don't know if I'll have any results. Any student who we are restricted from releasing information on. I don't have any results here, but that is a field on the demographics page to say that we can't release information to other entities and organizations on that particular student. And if they had that checkbox in demographics, that would be that student would populate down here. So just a little bit on Alert Builder. All right. In a bit here, we're going to talk more in depth about the different types of reports. This menu admittedly does confuse a lot of people because there's so many different, let's say, places in PowerSchool for reports. What I do appreciate about this new enhanced menu, like a lot of things, is PowerSchool brought a lot of that together in one menu. So even though you're seeing a lot of menu items with the word report in it, or things that may be pertaining to reports, it is at least all in one place now, whereas it used to kind of be spread out among PowerSchool, and that was one of the I would say complaints that some users had, but at least we have them all in the same place. Always remember the PowerSchool search, and even better in my opinion is our customized search that actually searches descriptions. I do want to point out that when I search over here, I'm going to use my standard example here that I've been using, attendance. It'll give me pages in the admin menus for attendance, but it'll also give me reports based on attendance. You can see that subject area reports. Again, the long-term goal is to incorporate this customized version of a search into PowerSchool's quick search menu, because PowerSchool's quick search menu does have a lot of positives to it, but this kind of enhances the whole idea of searching throughout PowerSchool. So I did want to point that out if you're ever looking for a specific report. But back to the reports menu here. I did talk about exports the other day, and I gave the example of a quick student export. So if I had a group of students selected, whether it be 2 students or 1,700, I could export certain field values that I select. I select the fields. PowerSchool will produce me the field values, and I can export as many fields as I want onto one report. Quick staff export, you're going to see the same thing. There's no danger in exporting data. If you have access to that data in PowerSchool, there's no harm or danger in exporting data, because you're not changing data, you're not putting it back in the system, you are simply exporting it for your the benefit of your use with the student access, with the student information you have access to. A couple other pieces of this menu here. You can create templates. Your district can create templates for exports, so that if there's frequently used sets of fields that you use, that can be created into a template. So you can create export templates. You can export using template that does exactly what it says it would do. There are other templates out there available from PowerSchool. I do want to define a couple of things up at the top that I skipped over initially. A little more complicated than these pieces down here. Contact DAT Builder. So the other day I showed you in the custom student list how to not only export a group of students' information such as their number and their name and their grade level, but also contact information. All right, notice that PowerSchool no longer uses the words parent guardian when we're talking about contacts, because contact can be a very general term that encompasses anyone who could have access to a student's information. As Sally, provided the examples the other day, she's a mother to some students in the district, but an aunt to others and a neighbor friend to others. So she's a contact for at least three different families in her district. But with the Contact DAT Builder, you can click into here and you can create the DAT code. All right, the data access, DAT stands for data access tag. You can create a code that will allow you to put that code into something like a quick export or a custom student list. But what I did the other day when I built that custom student list is I essentially did the same thing. Remember, I selected the relationship type and the priority order, but these tabs up here would help you create that. And we don't have time today to go into the details of how to create a DAT code, but basically you would select, you could select like I said, the mother or the father, or any other different role, or the flag such as whoever has data access, whoever the custodial parent is. So you're basically choosing who, what, the formatting, and then getting the results. And you're essentially copying and pasting that into wherever you need to use it in PowerSchool once you do that. So I just wanted to point out that's what that DAT Builder does. It's not as hard as it looks because you don't have to know any kind of coding to make it work. But as I pointed out when I built the custom student list the other day, it does look complicated in the code that it provides you, but just know that that's what this does. It's kind of easy buttons to build a code for what you're trying to export. For all the students I have selected, I want the custodial guardian, and I want their first and last name. And I want it, for the quick export. And then I want to go back through and I want that custodial guardian, and I want the phone number for the quick export. So you're basically building codes to take and put into those other reports using this builder. Next, I'm just going to mention this one. Data Export Manager is a much more detailed way to pull data. There are certain tables and fields within PowerSchool that can only be accessed via the Data Export Manager. So you really have to have some experience in exporting data. Again, not a dangerous place to hang out because you're just pulling data, but it helps if you have some training and experience on how to use this Data Export Manager. We do have a training available on our YouTube channel for data exporting and importing that covers how to use these features. We don't currently have a next one on the calendar at this time, but we do have a training recording out there for you if you'd like to watch it. And we do have a whole folder of documentation about it as well. But of course, if you're a district leader, you can always put in a ticket if you have questions on how to use those. DDE is, if you're really digging into the data and you want to look through specific tables, pulling specific, looking in specific fields of those tables, you could use DDE. Again, I would recommend this for our advanced users only. All right, so I kind of started down here, but came back around. I am going to talk for just a moment on imports, and then I'm going to hand it off to Sally to talk more in depth about what these different type of reports are. So importing is a more dangerous place to hang out. And again, I'm going to go back to that same adage of for our more experienced users. because the data import manager, for example, does the opposite of what the data export manager does. And if you have a spreadsheet of fields with values in them and you import them into PowerSchool, then you are essentially changing data on students. So unless you are aware of what you're doing, I'd recommend for now, being that a lot of you are new, staying away from the data import manager and even the quick import feature. It's an easy way to change data or add data to the system when as needed. Some of these things we can do for you as a team. So you'd go to your district leader, and if your district leader wasn't aware of how to change something in mass or get some data into the system that you need, then that's something that our team could help provide for your district leader. All right, and just like export templates, we have some import templates as well in our system that users can create. All right, so I'm going to hand it off to Sally to talk more about the reports menu.
All right. Okay, so yes, we're on the data and reporting category here, and we're going to look at some of these reports listed here to review with you what they are, what they offer. Again, as we've said multiple times, play around, run some reports, see if that's something that you would find, applicable to what you're doing in your district. Lots available here. On the meta reports subcategory, we have some core reports, duplicate students, looking through the system, see if there is a duplicate student. You could do that. There are different customizations and things that are available when manually entering student to check for duplicates. But again, you could run that report. Mass print report cards. We have a customization. Meta offers an online report card. We call it an online report card because it is available in the parent-student public portal. So districts are able to, when they're ready, expose that in the portal, meaning the parents and students have access to it. Within the admin portal, administration have the ability to decide what information is being displayed on the report card. But, in then some instances, there is chances where you need to run a report card for various students or even just for a group of students. If you do that within your buildings, grade levels. So there is a mass print report cards link here. Just something to note, when Stephen mentioned the alert builder reports, the more students you have, the longer it will take to generate the report. The same is true for mass print report cards. So we always suggest to users when they are mass printing report cards to do that in small batches, so it doesn't tie up your PowerSchool waiting for that report to generate. Parent access, you can run a report to see the parent access information, parents who've created accounts or access their accounts, student course credits, and student discipline extracts. Those are all, again, core reports. There are some EMIS reports. So those are things your EMIS coordinator would obviously be running. But again, you can see those here for different information, Medicaid reports, gifted student reports. But again, this is for your EMIS staff here. If we look at the reports subcategory, we see additional reports options available here. Your compliance reports, if we open that, that is going to be, again, your EMIS, your state reporting reports. You can see there's a lot of information that your EMIS state reporting teams, they have to submit information on regular timelines throughout the school year. So that is what these reports are. You have engine reports here. Again, maybe your tech people would find that more useful running information on your server. Enterprise reports. Enterprise reports. So those are reports that users, it's a feature set within PowerSchool. Enterprise reports PowerSchool's made this available. It's another report tool that allows users to access pre-built reports. So they're using different systems. It's a pre-built report that you can run. And again, just a different way to pull information from PowerSchool. Similar is ReportWorks. ReportWorks is actually, you would have a security access and role if you are a ReportsWorks developer within your district. Enterprise reports are pre-built reports, but ReportWorks, you're able to, again, if you're a ReportsWorks developer, if you have that role in your district, you're actually able to develop a report. You can access the different tables in PowerSchool. And when we say tables, all of the fields that we've talked about previously, when you do searches and things, those fields for various groups, your students, staff, your contacts, as well as fields for courses and fees, those all exist on tables. Again, kind of like that file drawer concept. And so through ReportWorks, you're able to create a report with those fields and those tables. State specific info, again, those are state information reports that you would be looking at on that category. System reports. So if we click on system reports, we will see core PowerSchool reports. It contains information, a lot of this most useful information where you're able to filter and sort data on various topics. So as we see, attendance is, again, an area within system reports. When we say core reports, this is PowerSchool core. This is not Ohio House Bill 410 reports. So again, that's something to keep in mind when you're looking at these attendance reports. Kim has mentioned the attendance training coming up next week. They dive more into the specifics of attendance and the reports that are beneficial for those in those roles and tasks at your districts. But again, these are still some good, useful reports that could be run for various reasons. One of those, the clock in and clock out report. We don't have a session, we're not in session right now, but if we did, we could select a group of students on our start page or all of our students. Again, the more students you have, you might wait just a little bit longer for your report to generate, but you can do your start and end date and this clock in and clock out. You can select, do you want to see clock in, clock out, or both? And then do you want to separate the two, clock in and clock out, into two different columns? And your attendance mode. Again, daily attendance, and that's the difference between the two. Again, it's goes into detail with that attendance training, but daily attendance is what most of our districts use, again, for reporting, specifically the House Bill 410. And then how do you want to group those students? So you would make all your selections and you can see that you can run it now or you can schedule it for later and then click submit. It's going to pull up your queue reports here and it'll show when it's ready to view, you could view on that. And that is, again, we were on reports, data and reporting, reports, system reports. So that one is a handy one in the attendance section. Also on our system reports, some more attendance tracking reports that you can run. There's a discipline section, so you could run a report to get a summary. And again, you'll see over here, there are descriptions for each of these reports, giving you kind of that overview description of what the report is actually running. And then as you click into it, you can click and select your parameters to run that report. Your current selection of students, do you want to run it for all students? So on and so forth, depending on which report you select. Grades and gradebook, you can run reports again to view information. You can see students meeting honor roll criteria if you wanted a report for that you needed to maybe print out and hand out. Maybe you're having an award ceremony and you want to acknowledge those students who made the honor roll. You could run a report after the honor roll has been run in PowerSchool. And then we come into quite a bit of reports that deal with health. And again, there is a health training. There's a video out there, lots of documentation on health in PowerSchool. But yes, again, you can run lots of reports for health. We also have membership and enrollment section. So again, you can see the description over here of various reports that you can run. We talk, end of year is a topic that we talk about at the end of the school year, obviously. And there are reports that need to be run at that time to verify information before we close out the year. But some of those reports mentioned in that end of year training could be run and should be run all throughout the year. And some of those reports are listed here. You know, ADA, ADM by student, that's verifying attendance and membership information. Running the report gives you detail on students' membership, their attendance, and when you run that, you can then verify the data. You would be able to see if something was not accurate. Right now, I don't have any students selected, so we'll just take our 9th grade students. Oh, before that, I'm sorry, I skipped our attendance mode. Again, for most of our districts, we use daily attendance. And when we select daily attendance, you can see the attendance conversion already populates code today. And we'll go ahead and leave these dates in. The start of the year, the end of the year, we're running for 9th grade. And we want to include our absent column. Again, this is a membership and attendance report. So yeah, we want to have an attendance column. And let's go ahead and submit that. And we can see our report. We see that it's running. Again, we see that report. If you didn't have that icon, if you haven't run a report yet, if you're doing it now, you'll see that report icon on your navigation bar. But now I'm going to right click on this and open in a new tab. Again, sometimes PowerSchool isn't super friendly with the back button, so I like to open that in a new tab. And here is our ADA ADM report. And we can see what that looks like, giving us the student number, their name, all of their information, grade level, school number, school entry and exit date, their membership value, their attendance, their absences, off-track days, and days not enrolled. And again, as you become familiar with what these columns mean, when we say that you can run it throughout the year, you could see maybe some things that jump out as discrepancies, you know, or just right here we see a 48 membership, no attendance, no absence, but we look at their entry and exit date. That makes sense because the student enrolled in March and left in May, so that 48 makes sense. Again, a good way to verify your information throughout the year. We were on system reports. And that was under membership and enrollment, and that was the ADA ADM by student report. There's also some statistical reports here, your parent access, your public portal reports. If you want to see, again, summaries of parent sign-ins, you could see that. There are some other reports here, at-risk students. If you wanted to see, again, based on those parameters, you could see a list of those students. A birthday list, that's a popular. Your master schedule, as we saw, that's a popular report as well. So again, we encourage you to come in here, especially you have access to this train environment that you can come in and run some reports, again, looking at the description, seeing if that's something that maybe on a regular basis, that might be a report that you would be interested in running. But lots of information here on the system reports. And the last one, Ohio end of year reports, again, that's your state end of year reports that need to be run. So that's what that is. Your Meta Report Builder. The Report Builder is a customization available in the Meta Customization Catalog. It is what we use. Its initial creation was to help with the transcripts that need to be sent for students. And with Ohio requiring the seals on the transcripts, this was a way the Report Builder really helped out in streamlining that process to not have various different reports for those seals. We could have one report builder that did all of it. So that is what the Report Builder is. Currently, it is a customization, but currently we at Meta, we take tickets for various reports and things. We are working on getting information to the districts so that you will be able to, you as users would be able to create reports as well. But the Meta Reports landing page, if you click on that, you will see the meta reports again that we saw earlier, those core reports, the EMIS reports. But if you scroll to the bottom, this is where you can print those custom reports in your district that have been created with the with the Report Builder. So in this training database, we have the student transcript. We also have the Ohio grad worksheet and an immunization report. Your district, as you come in, as you view this, if you have access to it, you may see some additional reports, and that has been reports that have been requested from your district that we were able to accommodate in the Report Builder. And the student transcript, again, this is if you are running the transcript for multiple students. We will show you this afternoon when we look at student pages, how you can access and view a student's transcript individually. But if you wanted to run transcripts for a group of students, you could come to this data and reporting, Meta Report Builder, the landing page, and then select student transcript to run for a group of students. Your report queue, this is going to show you information, your current reports, completed reports, and your report queue status. So if we looked at our completed reports, here we can see all of the reports that have been run and who ran them, and information on those reports. Report Works, similar, Report Works queue to see reports that have been run in Report Works. You can select those here to view that information. All right, your school reports. Again, we talked about the at-risk students, having that set up at the district level, usually by grades and attendance. Your district would decide what constitutes an at-risk student, those parameters. Once those are set, you can run a report to view those at-risk students based on that criteria. The review school info, again, it's statistics about school enrollment and membership. There's also in session days listed. Server performance. This is server information. Usually your tech users within your districts, they may need to reference this information under server performance. Something else we want to talk about here on the data and reporting subcategories are the PSCB custom reports. PSCB is a customization. These reports are from a third party, PSCB customization. A lot of our trainings that we offer in various areas, attendance, end of year, some scheduling things, a lot of them we refer to these PSCB reports. They are very handy, very useful, very user-friendly when you're using them. So we do recommend districts. These are free. There is a license for now for more additional reports, but these are the free reports offered. Again, you can see the different report categories that are listed here that you could run reports for. What's nice about these reports, if we looked at a scheduling, a master schedule list, and we look at the reports and we just leave all of the filters as is. We're going to look at all of our teachers, all departments, all courses, all rooms, all terms, but you could select different ones. Again, you can play around with these reports. What's nice about the PSCB reports, you can click on it's still running right now, so we'll give it a minute. Here we go. You can click on these columns and you can filter your information as needed. So if we only wanted to look at maybe semester 1, we could select that. It's nice that it's interactive, that we can kind of filter as needed, but we also are able to copy the information, export it as a CSV file, or print it. So the PSCB reports are very, very handy. Again, those report categories, depending on what you do in your district, you might find those very useful throughout the year to run reports in the PSCB. Okay. And there is, again, a SQL report is that something that SQL runners, again, your tech people would have something, the report information that they have set up that they would run the reports for. But that's a quick breakdown of our reports, data and reporting category. Any question about any of the reports that we've run, or any questions so far from today? I don't think so. Okay, so I think we'll keep moving on here on our left navigation menu, and we're going to look at school management next. School management, this is where all of the setup for your school takes place. You can see the various subcategories, and again, we're not going to go through each and every one of these, especially since your school district has already been set up. You are a new user in your district, but this setup has already been done, but we do just want to show you what that is. Your academics, this is where, again, your class rank, grades, honor roll, GPA, all of that setup for your school is taking place. Assets, if your district is using assets in the asset inventory that we spoke about earlier, for example, like Chromebooks. Maybe your district offers Chromebooks to your students and you keep track of that information in PowerSchool. You could do that through assets and asset inventory. And again, that would be the setup here. Attendance, this is where your attendance information is set up, your attendance codes, the conversions, full-time equivalencies. That is all of the setup gets done here. Courses and programs, courses for your building, course sections for your building. This is a customization, homeroom drop-down settings. So you can see again that setup gets done here. Display preferences. There are preferences in your district, how you are able to see certain things sometimes within the district, especially at the district office. Some of the preferences are set up so that all users across all buildings are consistent and the same, and those can get done through some preferences. And then likewise at the school building, there are some preferences that could be set up for users that would keep consistent throughout the building. Fees, you can set up a balance alert and define your fee types for your building. Locker management, this is an old customization that is previously not being maintained, but if your district is using it, you will see that link here that will give you information, lockers for your students. Post-secondary plans, we will talk about these when we get to the student pages, and go over what those look like on the student pages, but this is where it would be set up. Scheduling, your calendar, years and terms, your terms for your building, your schedule information, your bell schedules, your cycle days, your periods. Those who are schedulers in your district, they become very familiar with Stephen and Kim, who are part of our scheduling team. November, December, they start beginning the discussion of scheduling, and they continue on through the end of the school year. But this is, again, where a lot of setup takes place for your building, which again would already be done. School parameters, if you record rooms in your PowerSchool, you would see that here. A school map, you have the ability to upload a map and define your boundaries. There is quite a bit of setup with that, but you could if your district would like. Special functions, if we click on that, it opens up some functions, additional functions that can be done within your school. Again, some of those are also built into other left navigation categories, but they are what was previously called special functions, or still, it was displayed a little differently in the classic menu. So that is what is being displayed here. And again, it gives you a description of what those functions are doing. And teacher applications. So this is within your building, your preferences for your teachers, their grade books. Again, you can see how you can set up consistently for the grade books, display settings. Here's the lock reporting terms that we had talked about previously. If you want to set those locks on the terms, the teacher dashboard settings, again, all of that setup taking place here. And then user access. This is where, again, the setup for your building takes place to configure the access for your students and parents in the public portal. And if you use sub accounts, defining a substitute password. But again, all of the setup for your school is happening here within school management. And then system management. So system management is like, again, a setup place, but you can see customizations, our first subcategory. We have lots of customization information here. As you've heard us probably say that word a lot in the past 2 days over this training, PowerSchool is highly customizable. And you can see various customizations as we've gone through here, but on this specific subcategory, you can see where those in your district who work with customizations, who maybe add fields. We pointed out this morning the difference with those fields on the start page. As you're viewing the view field list, you see some of those fields that start with the S and then underscore, how those are state fields. And then you see some of the fields that are U underscore, those are user created fields. So those are extended fields that can be created, and then you can put them on a custom screen. So that is what some of these things are doing here on the customization subcategory. On your data subcategory, you may have third-party vendors who are plugged in to your PowerSchool system, and they extract information on a regular basis, maybe nightly. Sometimes we see things that are scheduled to happen every midnight, Monday through Friday. They pull information for various reasons. So those are AutoCom and AutoSend report records that get set up and sent out. Forms, this is actually these next three you may not see in your at your district, but they're here in our training database from the information, the data that we had put onto this train environment. This specific Forms and Enrollment Express and Forms subscription, those have to do with PowerSchool's enrollment program. E-collect forms, that might be something, again, that your district utilizes. So you would see Forms, Enrollment Express, and Form subscription. Again, those are all from that third party. Localization, I think we mentioned at one point on day one that PowerSchool, you're able to localize PowerSchool. You can change names of certain things if you need to phrase things differently, as well as you can localize it into various language packages. Again, there's quite a bit of setup that takes place with that, but you can localize PowerSchool as needed. System management and then reports. Again, we just went through data and reporting, and there are a lot of reports to run and pull information. This reports here, you'll see a system reports section. And what this system reports section is, this is where your form letters, mailing labels, object reports get created and accessed. Previously, before the report builder that we kind of mentioned, we ran lots of and created lots of reports in object reports. Object reports are a little bit more detailed setting up, especially when you sometimes have to use a ruler and measure things, how you want it out on your report. So object reports are not as user-friendly as the report builder is, but we will be looking at some of these in the office functions training. And I think Kim put that in the chat. If you're interested in attending, we have seats available. You can sign up and attend that training and learn a little bit more about some reports, mailing labels, form letters, all of that. Security, this is where you would find information, your current users, who is currently logged into PowerSchool. If we click on that, we see who is logged in right now when they signed in. We can see just various information on our current users. Also under security, unlock accounts. Maybe, at some point you might be the one that needs to unlock accounts. If any users that maybe forget their password and they try, 3, 4, however many you have set up attempts, and they get locked out. This is where you can come to unlock the accounts. You'll see it's defaulted to all. Right now we just have a couple and they're both admin users, but if you had a parent and they had an account locked, you would see that information here. You could verify, yep, that is the parent, and you can unlock it by clicking unlock. You can also see on security, again, this is probably not a page that you as new users will be looking at, but again, in our train database, you're welcome to take a look at the things here, but you can see various, there is page management. This is a way, again, your district admin, they set up your security, your role in your district. You have security and access to various different sections and pages within PowerSchool. And so that can be done through configure page permissions, field level security, all of these page management section. Also, you and your district, you are a user and you have been assigned a group, and you have been assigned a security group, and you've been given various roles. So again, your district administrator or your district leader created that for you, assigned your roles, and that is where they were able to do that. And then server, this is again information, maybe your tech people within your district come and take a look at various server statistics, system logs. If you're experiencing maybe slowness in your district, maybe your tech department would come and take a look at the system log, look for errors maybe that's happening, or run some diagnostics. Also, just some server setup that would happen here. You can see your server settings, your plugin configuration. We talk about those third-party customizations and things. Those have plugins associated with them so that your district administrators come and they download those plugins, they install them and enable them in plugin configuration. All right, any questions about school management, system management? All right, we'll keep moving along here. We're almost done with the left navigation. We just got a couple more, so hope you're hanging in there. Applications. So you'll see here the first one, we have different, just as they say, different apps that you can access here from your start page. Power Scheduler. This is again where your scheduling department, this is where they go to do all things pertaining to scheduling. Again, they hear from Stephen and Kim and the rest of Laura, the rest of our scheduling team, in November to start thinking about the next year, which is so crazy to me that it starts as early as it does, but it does. And this is what Power Scheduler looks like. And again, that is what your schedulers would be familiar with. Power Lunch, I am not aware of any schools in our districts that use this, but this is a lunch management program of PowerSchool that you have the ability to set that up and use that if you want. Again, we talked about the ReportWorks developer. This is where you would go if you have been given that role to start building some reports as you need to within your district. Interfaces to other systems. Again, this page is talking about your interfaces to maybe some of those third-party vendors or plugins that we've mentioned. Meta Installer is a new addition to our catalog. This is how we will be, our catalog is just, it has been organized into plugin categories. And so as we have enhancements or bug fixes that we roll out, for example, to the report card now has its own category. We can update that right then and there, and it only is affecting the report card. It's not affecting any of the other customizations. It goes much quicker, very more streamlined. So that is what that is. Contact migration, that is your districts have already migrated their contacts, so there's not anything that you would need to do with those. Notifications. We do want to go to notifications, and you can follow along in notifications. This is, let me go back to our start page. Notifications, this red banner that we have running along the top of the page. This is where you can access if you want to put a notification in your portal. We suggest that you utilize your notifications accordingly, but you don't want to overuse them. Sometimes users have a tendency to start tuning it out if they see it all the time. So that red banner is kind of a good way to catch their attention. But if it's there all the time, potentially they may not be paying attention to it just as much as they would if and when it's used sparingly. But again, it's for those most important or urgent notifications, the ones that you want to pop out on the page. You'll only see it on the start page. So you notice as we navigate to other pages, we don't see that banner, but it will be displayed on the start page in the admin portal. You can have multiple notifications on your banner. We have one going right now. And you can see as I click on here, and again, I'm at the high school in notifications, we have past notifications that were created, and you can see that they have ended. They've already ended and are no longer displaying. But maybe we want to reactivate them. We could click onto it, we could open it, we could change our dates to reactivate it. What you can also do, if you just want to create a new one and you can add a notification, you're welcome to follow along and create a notification now. And we can say, Taco Tuesday, something fun that you have at your district if you want to remind users about. It's Thursday, but we're going to do Taco Tuesday, and you can select which portals you want your message to pop out to. Again, these are important, urgent messages. This one is obviously a very silly one, but we are just doing this to just show you how you can do that. We want that to appear. We're going to go ahead and pick today. Get my calendar. We'll pick today, and we want it to end tomorrow. And we want it here. You can display at all schools or your current school. We're at the high school, so maybe this is a thing that's happening just tonight at the high school. We only want it to show for one day. It's happening here just for the admin. But again, you can select as many portals as the message needs to go out to and click submit. And you'll see you have your notification added. So when we go back to the start page, again, we said you can have multiple announcements, notifications happening. You'll see announcement 1 of 2. And this will scroll through to your second announcement and third and fourth, so on and so forth, as many as you have. Again, we recommend that it just be those important messages that you utilize them. And here we go. Here's our announcement 2 of 2. So you'll see that it scrolls through. But again, use your important announcements that you want to quickly, or pop on the screen for those users. For the teacher portal, it's always good, as we mentioned earlier, if your district has a date that the grades need to be entered in their grade book, you could put a red notification banner for the teacher portal that says grades need to be entered by tonight. And you could set that to be displayed. So again, it's not being overutilized, but again, it's catching their attention and giving them that important announcement.
Sally, I just want to jump on that. So there's an enable checkbox at the bottom of that. I noticed a couple people were creating them and not clicking enable. I just wanted to point that out. So all the way to the, yep, right there. And then when you're looking at your menu of all those notifications that have been put in, again, like Sally said, you wouldn't use this often. You wouldn't have 6 different notifications at once, but we're glad that you're all trying it out. You would make sure you enable it, and all the way to the right on this screen, it'll say that yes, it is enabled. And if it's that one of those dates within that, like Sally said, then it'll show on the main page. I just noticed a few of them weren't showing, so I went and checked it out.
Perfect, thank you. And when you're done with the message, you can just uncheck it to, disable it so it's not being displayed. If it's a notification, again, grade books, grades need to be entered using that example. That may be a notification that you want to use throughout the year in your different terms. So you could just uncheck the box, it's not enabled, and then update your dates for your next term that you want that message to appear. Or if you are done with the notification altogether, you can delete it. And that removes the notification. We like the red notification banner. We think it's useful. So yes, we wanted to show that to you. Some other things here on our applications left navigation menu. Power tools. We will look at power tools again on our student pages, but what power tools are, it's different tools that can be used for example, troubleshooting your average daily attendance, GPA validation, there's a student report, all of those we will go over on the student pages, but this is where Power Tools itself is accessed. Screenshot Assist is a customization that you can click this to turn it on. There are various options to allow you to take a screenshot in PowerSchool. It'll blur, you can select to blur some fields or remove some fields altogether for a screenshot purpose. It's not removing anything or permanent blurring anything. It's happening for screenshot purposes. So that's a nice customization. Community plugins is a newer addition to the catalog. You can look at some plugins that are available that other community meta members and customization customers find useful. The DAT reference, that is those data access tags, kind of like Stephen had talked about the contact DATs. There are other data access tags for various things in PowerSchool. So this is a reference that'll take you there to those. The meta external plugins, EUI, those are plugins for the enhanced menu that have been exposed. And then the special programs homepage is also listed in applications. And our last left nav category is the meta customizations catalog. Within your district and here in our training base right now, you do see the meta catalog icon here at the bottom. This will be going away approximately around our back to school release. This catalog icon will go away because the catalog itself will be built into the left navigation category. Just like all of the other customizations, the catalog will have its, it will be built in and you will be able to access it through PowerSchool's left navigations. The catalog is a catalog of all of the customizations that we have talked about. Not all of them, but we've mentioned a few of them that we've talked about. They're accessible in the catalog, and this is where your district leaders go to turn those customizations on if they find them that they would be beneficial in your district. And we mentioned, I think Stephen mentioned on day one, when you have the Meta Solutions logo on any page that you're in PowerSchool, when you see that logo, you can click on it and see what customizations are available on that page and what customizations you have enabled. So again, it gives you a list of some things that maybe you might be interested in that you certainly could talk to your district leader about utilizing or your interest in it, and they can give you information on it. All right, so I think that is all of our categories. We managed to get through all of them before lunchtime. Do we have any questions about anything from today or even day one? Anything that anyone has questions on or wants to review? All right. I don't think we have any questions. Stephen, Kim, is this a good time maybe to break for a lunch?
Maybe everyone's just so hungry.
That could be. That might be it. I think that might be it.
Well, feel free to come back with questions. We'll resume here at, let's say 12:35. It's 12:03 right now, so we'll do a little over a half hour, and then 12:35 we'll get back started again, and we'll go through the student screens and wrap up with public portal and some additional resources. But come back with any questions you might have of things you've seen so far. Thanks.
I'm going to go ahead and you can see I'm in the Meta High School. I'm going to go ahead and grab a group of students and just kind of show you a little bit around our student carousel in our start page here a little bit more. I'm going to grab a group of students. I'm just going to go ahead and make a selection so we don't have too many students. I'm going to go ahead and just select a few here. That way we have a few to work with. And we're going to update our selection. All right, so we have 10 students here that we're working with. Once I click on one of those 10 students, say I'm just, working with our 10th graders right now, I'm going to go ahead and just click on Andrew here, and I want to kind of show you and walk you through our student carousel. So up here at the left, I know that Stephen and Sally have actually talked about this a couple times, but I wanted to let you know, just once you grab your group of students, whether it be, the whole grade level or just a few of your students like I did, you'll see here the number of students that I grabbed and which one I'm looking at. So right now you can tell through our carousel that I'm looking at the first student out of 10 students. And if you click on the arrow here, I can see and view all those 10 students that I have selected. At this point, I can click on the student, I can work with this student, or I can actually just switch students from this drop-down menu. Right here, you'll see I have their bell schedule view as kind of my start page. But I can switch students back and forth from here. It's going to go to the exact same view that I have set for every student when I do that. So I can, again, I can make a selection of students by doing that, by going in and selecting each student individually. I can also use my arrows here to the left, and I can scroll through the students that I have pulled up. So it'll just go start at number 1 and go all the way down through all of my selected group of students. So I can do it that way as well. You can see up in the carousel, if I use that drop down, that arrow again, I can also modify my current selection. So if I want to add to this group of 10, or if I want to change my selection completely, I can do it through modify current selection. And it gives me this screen to be able to choose another group of students, to add on some students that I want to add on to this, and so on. Maybe I'm just missing one student. I can go in and add another student to my selection and make that here. I can also, as you see up here, I have these three icons that are core PowerSchool icons up here right by my student selection. These indicate, this first one indicates locate student. This locate student is based on their schedule. It uses the bell schedule to locate that student. So if I'm working on the student screens and I need to know where that student is right now, I can just push that locate button. It'll tell me where the student is, what class the student's in, what teacher that he or she is in. Maybe if a parent, comes to the office and we need to grab the student for the parent pickup or something, that would be a good locator to find out where that student is instead of calling around different places. The next one here is assign counselors. So if I click on that, if this student had a counselor assigned to her, the counselor would appear here. There is another page where you can go and assign that counselor, but this is the student view. So this is where you would see what counselor that student is assigned to. Also, the print a report icon is next to the counselor icon. And if you click on the print a report, you'll see that you have some options here about how to print, when to print, and so on. You can see which report to print, and you can see here that there are several different reports in here. I will say when you pull this up in your environment, you may see these report cards, and Meta does have a report card, a customized report card that we support. We do not support the report cards listed on this print list. But there are lots of other things on here that would be necessary. There's parent portal letters. There's different types of letters that you would send out to your student, attendance letters and so on, that you may want to use from this student screen print a report icon. I'm just going to go in and we're just going to, I'm going to show you what it would look like just to print the next year student schedule, which the schedule is oftentimes what maybe a secretary would print from a student's page. It's pretty self-explanatory. If printing a student's schedule, you can use the courses actively enrolled in the current term. So those would be the courses the students actively enrolled in right now. You can include all courses enrolled in during the current term. That would be all courses. And then you can do an enrollment date as of today or whatever date that you're working with. So you can print that schedule from any of those options. If printing a fee list, it only includes transactions conducted during, and you can choose current year, current term, current date, or you can put in a date range. So if you're just looking for fees, maybe, you know, at the beginning of the year, you could put in a beginning of the year's a start and end date and use those, use the fee, the printer report or the fee report from here. If you just want to do a watermark text, you can do that here. You can do a watermark mode. So if I just wanted to do a watermark and I wanted to put in you know, the watermark here, then you can do that. You can do that here. If I want to put in maybe just copy, I could put in the text there. When to print, I can print this right now, or I can print it at night, on the weekend, or I can even specify a time, a date and a time that I want that printed. So like Stephen was saying earlier, if you know, maybe are sharing a printer, you know, with someone in the office, you can, you know, set your time and date that you want to print that. If you're printing as something attendance related, you may want to include the House Bill 410 attendance here. And then once you do that, you'll see that it's going to print House Bill 410 and submit if you're printing those attendance, letters. Again, you're going to come to that that printer menu, and you can see up there that is where you would go for your printer queue. That's what we're looking at right now. That tells you if you have something sitting in your queue. I just printed this locker next to your student schedule, so I'm going to go ahead and view that here. And again, we're not in an active year, so it's not going to print anything, but that's kind of shows you a little bit of what kind of report that particular report is. I encourage you to go through that that test environment just to see how that is. And you know what? Sally actually did this earlier, and I should have done it when I printed that. I should have opened that in a new tab, and I did not do that. So we're going to go back here and we're going to sign in again. Sorry about that, guys. All right. So I'm going to go up and I'm going to work with my students again. Okay, so let's go back up here to our carousel. I showed you the carousel, how to get through those students, the icons next to it. I did want to point out our student line here at the very top. This line can be customized. Your district leader can customize this through some settings at our school level and our district level. It shows here that we have a lot of things showing here in our customized student line. You know, most schools don't have quite this many things, but we just wanted to make sure that you knew, you know, you can make this any way you want. If you don't want the student state number, if that's not something, you know, that you use often, that does not have to show. You know, a lot of people don't put many of these things in here. Again, you don't have to put your counselor there. You can click right up here and your counselor will show. So again, this is customizable, you know, through the people menu in the student screen and the student line. This is customizable for your school. Okay. Any questions on the carousel or the student line before we move on to the student screen? Okay, let's go back to our start page. And let's bring up that student again. Actually, I'm going to bring up a 9th grader this time. I'm going to bring up Alexandra here. And we're going to go to the student profile menu, the very first one on the student screen. So I have my student pulled up. I have all my 9th graders in my selection, as you can see up here. I'm on student 1 out of 388. Okay, it defaulted back to the previous screen that I was on, but I'm going to go ahead and move to the student profile menu. I'm going to start with student details here as the category, and then quick lookup is one of the most highly used screens, I feel like, when looking up students, looking up grades, attendance. You can find a lot of information here. As you click on quick lookup, you will see the students' courses that student is taking, all of the different quarters and semesters that's set up already within this building. You'll see absences and tardies over here to the left. And you'll see the expressions. So the period and the expressions and the cycle days that you're using over here on your left. This is the page that many schools suppress this page before schedules are released. That way the student can't get in and see this information on the parent portal. If you have a student or a parent come in and say, you know, I saw my grades and attendance, or I saw my schedule, and they tell you this is, and that they saw that on their parent portal, this is the screen that they're looking at. So everything that is on here is displayed in the parent portal under grades and attendance in the parent portal. So again, here you'll see the teacher's name is hyperlinked. You can click on the teacher's name here. You can also click on the grades. So if I want to click on, actually I'm going to click on this Q4 B+ grade for concert choir. And when I click on that for this student, you'll see it gives details of the final grade calculations, the parent-teacher assignments that were associated with this, and what kind of grade that the student received on each assignment, the score that is affiliated with each assignment. You'll see actually up here the term, the Q4, that's what I clicked on, and the final letter grade at the top here. If there were any teacher's comments or section descriptions, that would appear here as well. You can see on the assignment that there's also another hyperlink over to the right, in that you can view details about that assignment. So, you know, clearly this one was imported, but the teacher can put any type of viewable details about that assignment on each of those. As you go down here, you'll see some icons that you may see pop up here. And this is kind of just a description of what all of those icons mean. As you go down, you can see the final grade calculations. We don't have any calculating items, but you can see here that the calculation would be here and how they came up with that. Let's go back here and we'll look about the attendance and the absences. So when we look into the absences here, the absences that are viewable on the quick lookup are actually instances. So when you look at the number 7, in this case, this student did miss 7 different days of school. There will be cases where it will be looking at instances, so looking at tardies. So if this student had a tardy, say on 9/19 of 2023, it would have showed 8 absences in that column. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's an absence that's going to count towards their HB410. It just might mean that there's tardies. So a lot of times when the parent does call in to your school and says, maybe, you know, my student has 15 absences and I know that they were only absent 11 days. You can go in there and look and say, okay, yes, it shows 15. Some of those are tardies. Those tardies are included in that in that calculation. So that is one thing that we get some calls on is, I don't think my attendance is right. And just in that quick lookup, that attendance shows as every occurrence of anything that happened that involves an absence. So like I said, it could be a tardy, and don't know why that went out of there. Or anything, any other instance, if the student left early, a partial absence, anything, many things are included in that. So again, this may not mean this is your daily attendance number. It does involve all those other occurrences. You can see some calculations are by percentage. You can see that is set up differently. So this class was set up differently to show a percentage versus a letter grade. And again, it's just kind of the way that your district leader set those up, or your scheduler. Also down here at the bottom, you'll see that you can see the calculation of the grade point average. This is looking at also what is set up in the system. So, there's a way that your district leader can go in and choose what grade point average they want to show on this quick lookup screen. Okay, the absences are calculated for the year down here, and the tardies. And your House Bill 410 is down here at the bottom. So this is calculating hours and minutes down here at the bottom. If you click on those, it will get you a detailed view of that by minute here, calculating it out. And again, we do go over a lot of that information, and we do look at the quick lookup screen in the attendance management training. Okay. So that's all in that quick lookup screen. And like I said, that is one of our most used screens. If you are using standards grades, I forgot to mention these tabs up here at the top. If you are using standard grades, maybe in an elementary school, that would appear here in this tab. Student assignments, you can also choose your store code. So what quarter am I looking for? What semester? What year am I looking for? Those are the assignments that I want to look at right now. And then you see again that you have the symbols along here, and you have your little your icons here at the bottom that let you know what exactly is being collected, if there was a missing assignment, a late assignment, and so on. You can also filter these at the top here. So if you are looking specifically for A's, you can filter all of the assignments that they received a letter grade of an A. Or, collected, incomplete, missing, and so on. You can use that symbol to figure out which assignments were done, which were not. And you can also filter it by teacher, or by course, or by term, depending on what kind of view you want to look at. If you do that and you decide you need that report for something, you can also print this out. You can print it as a CSV, TSV, or a PDF. You can save that to maybe a student file, or you can print it out for the student or the teacher, counselor, parent, whoever needs that. Okay. So if I go back to the student profile, again, that's the biggie, the quick look up there. I'm going to just go down a few of these just because I want you to know that there are a lot of things in this profile that you may want to use. Again, I encourage you, like always, to click through those, see the information that you need. Addresses, pretty self-explanatory. That's the addresses that are associated with that student. Counselor dashboard is one. We can go into that counselor dashboard. It's a great page to use when that counselor is meeting with a student or a parent. It's kind of a one-stop shop. Again, there's many different hyperlinks that they can click into, see all those absences, kind of all in a one-page document. Their cumulative info will show, their schedule will show, the list view, historical grades. You can look at their historical grades from years past. Also, all of their course registrations. So this is a very, very, very good page, like I said, for a counselor to look at, kind of a one-stop shop, just to kind of an overview of the student and for all of the years that they've been enrolled, really. Demographics, that's pretty self-explanatory too, but I want to show you this because I want you to know you have options of your view here on your demographics page. Again, you have your student profile, your student address, which gives a home address and mailing address, which may be different. Some additional information. If you look down here, you will see that there is a guardian alert. These alerts can be set if maybe one or the other parent maybe can't pick up a student. You can put that guardian alert in there, and then it will appear as an alert, and then the secretary will know, hey, the mother or father or maybe a grandparent is not allowed to pick up the student. So that's where that alert would be put. And then there's an expiration for it as well. There's some ethnicity and race information here that you may need to keep for your records. You can do that here. And there's also some notes at the bottom. If there's something that you want to include as a district, you've decided that you want to include on your students, you could put those notes here. You can, and I told you had a different view of this demographics page. If you need it a little bit larger, you can make it larger. If you need, if you want to, use some color, some fading, you can do that as well. You can also collapse or expand your sections here. So if you just don't need, you want it in a little tighter area to look at. It's easier for you to view when you're looking up lots of different student demographics. You can do that there. Also, you can make it columns. You can make it from a column to a list view. If you like this view better, you have the option to do that here. Okay. We're going to go back to the student profile. Email is exactly what it's stated as this is the student's email address. This now populates on the demographics page as student email, but this is where it is entered. Modify info. This is just quick information about the student, okay? Maybe the student has a family representative. Maybe you want to set on your students a graduation requirement set. You can set your homeroom here. You can set your homeroom teacher here. If you have a homeroom short name that you want to put in there, you can do that as well. I know you can set your locker, you can put your locker numbers in here. Lunch IDs, that used to be a biggie. Now I feel like a lot of people maybe use third-party lunch programs, but that used to be a biggie. Part-time student indicator, you can indicate that here. If you're using Teams or Housings for scheduling, you can use those here. Your tracks is another one that you can use here. Maybe your kindergarten students are on a late start and you want to make sure that they're on the correct track within their schedule. That's where that can be set here too. District entry date, school entry date can also be set. And here is where you assign those counselors. I had said earlier that on a different page, you assign the counselors and then they appear in your counselor's dashboard. And this is where you would assign the counselors for the students. So the modify info page is where you do that. Okay. Let's go to other info. This is just other information that really doesn't fit anywhere else. You know, you can, if you use this information, you can use it here. Again, this information does not have to be filled in. There is an other alert on this page where if there's something that is maybe not dedicated to specifically for, you know, demographics or health, anything like that, but you just want an alert on the student, you can put it here in the other. This is where there's the meta report card. I told you we have a customized report card that we use. This is where the promotion indicator falls. You can mark here that you do not want that promotion indicator to appear on the report card. And that is where you do that there. Same goal is third party. You know, they write into that. We really don't touch that. There's Ohio EMIS, and unless you are an EMIS coordinator or you work with EMIS in any way in your district, you probably should not be messing around with the EMIS alert. Here's an attendance alert though. You know, maybe the student's in some attendance, has some attendance issues, and we need to obtain a doctor note every single time the student is absent. Okay, this is where you would put that. And then an at-risk alert. If there's something that the student is at risk for, you know, you could put that here. Again, this is other information that really doesn't fit anywhere else. Student photo, you can upload or view a student photo from here. This can be done in mass. A lot of times, you know, student photos are taken by an outside source and they can give you a file and you can upload the student photos into your system. Okay. I'm going to go through a couple more that I just want to highlight a few more in here. Under contacts, associated family members. This is where you can list siblings for the selected students. So you can search for additional family members. You can use that by different ways. Let's click into here. I'll show you mother's name, father's name, phone, guardian's name, last and first. You can include students' last name in the search, and you can search for family members and then choose those family members that are associated with your student in question. We don't recommend using, so once you search a student name, we don't recommend that you just copy the information. Always make sure that that is a student family member, as they may not live together. You know, they may not have that same last name and so on. So I don't know, every district kind of looks a different way about using this. But a lot of times it comes in handy if you have a family that maybe has a high schooler and then also has a middle schooler, also has an elementary student. And that way, if, you know, if something happened within the school day, you could search for those other family members that are associated with that student. Contact management. Any person maybe outside of the school that needs to be associated with this student, okay? For examples, you know, parent, grandparent, neighbor, aunt, anyone that's associated to the student could be added to their contacts. Contacts can be associated with multiple students. So again, that big family that maybe has 3 kids in 3 different buildings has the same contact. The key is to have one contact account per person that's linked to many students. So you can see if I click here on the grandmother, let's see if this grandfather is listed to or linked to any other students. Okay, these are the students that this grandfather is associated with. So you can set that up within that contacts page, that contacts management page. And it's thinking a little slow today. And right here is where you can add. And if you click on the add, it will show you all the information that's needed on that contact. Okay. At the very bottom, don't forget to hit submit. That is our new contact. That will add that contact in, and then that contact will remain in the system. And then if you want to add it to another student, you can search for that contact. If there were contacts that maybe we deleted or that are inactive, we don't really like the word delete in PowerSchool, but if you have an inactive contact, it would say +1, +2, however many inactive you have. And once you show all, it would show every contact that you've ever put in associated with the student. You can move the order up and down over here to the left by using your arrows. So if I wanted Megan to be my first contact now, I could move Megan up and move Madison down. And like I said before, we never delete a contact. We always make the contacts inactive so that if we ever have to reference back or if anyone else needs that contact will remain in our system. You can edit the contact again by clicking on the edit. And you can make any edits to that contact. Say that now this student's living with the grandmother. You could change that here, submit, and then it will show on your screen here. I love this screen because it's a quick look to be able to see, who has custody, who the student lives with, who can pick up the student from school. In elementary, that's very important. Who's the emergency contact and who also has data access. A very important page here under the student profile. Again, we have the guardians as well. So you can put a guardian alert in here. I think this is the most important part of this page. You can put that alert in here. You can set that expires date. If there's something that you just want to make sure that the person that at the student desk sees, this is where you would put that guardian alert. And then that guardian alert does appear up here on the student line. Access history. This is where the students' logins show. So you can see the parent accessed. This is the parent, this is the date, this is the time, and how long they had accessed the account. The student access summary. Same here. Here's the student. Here's all the dates that the student signed into the portal. Here's the time, and here's how much time they spent. You can use this for tracking students and parents accessing the student accounts or grades. And you can make sure that student should be doing that. Is that person actually allowed to be looking at that history on that student? This is where you can set up an individual student or parent account to access the records. You may be using, many of you may be using something different now. This is where you would reset passwords if needed and so on. Many of you are using LDAP. I know there's the OIDC, there's the single sign-on. There's, security, I feel like has just become so important in our school day and with our students. And so, but this is where you do access that guardian and student access. Okay. This is where you see the username, you can set a password and so on if needed. But like I said, many of you are using a little bit something different now. Attachments, I believe we may have referenced this earlier. Any relevant attachments for the student can be attached here. There is a storage limit to this. Also, there's security surrounding this. So depending on your user security, you may not be able to see any attachments in here. For example, nurses may need to attach something from a doctor in here. Along the line, guidelines, HIPAA and all the other programs, you may not be able to access any of the attachments that they put in here. Lunch program, most of our districts do not use the lunch program. Most have a third-party program that they use for lunches. This does exist in PowerSchool. Like I said, most people use something different, but it is here. So I thought I'd show you where that was. Also transportation. I feel like a lot of people used to use the transportation. Now again, there's so many third-party affiliations out there that have a little bit more detail, and most of our districts use that as well, but it is out there in the student profile. So again, I just want to touch base on some of the things here. Quick lookup, if you get a chance, go in there, quick lookup, modify info, contacts. Those are the things that I think that you would be that you would use most often, and I believe have the most information about the student that you would be using on a day-to-day basis. Okay, so that's our student profile. We're going to move on down the line here to our academic records. I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing. And I believe Stephen's going to talk about that.
That is true. All right, just loading my page here, getting shared. All right. So we are moving on down the student menus to the academic record screens. So there is, if you compare how many things, there is quite a few pieces under academic records, and I'm going to touch on most every one of them, some more briefly than others. So I'm going to start right at the top like Kim did, and I'm just going to go cumulative info. So definitely more applicable at a secondary level, usually high school, but sometimes middle school. When we're talking about things like credits in high school or GPA, either quarterly GPA being calculated for awards or honor roll, or cumulative GPA when it comes to high school credits. That's what this screen is referring to. And this screen is customizable per building. So you can see that they have it programmed to show a current GPA line and a quarterly GPA by individual quarter for this school year only. And then we have the cumulative GPAs down here that are calculating, and then their total credits that the student has earned, his class rank, and then the potential credits he had in each grade. So this might not make a whole lot of sense or as much sense until I show you this next I'm now going to show you where this is set up. Because again, this is customizable. You can choose what to display and what not to display. Some of our districts don't use this screen. Most do. Again, mainly at the high school level, some at the middle school. So if I go back to the main page, and I could go through the search up here, but I'm going to go back to the start page. And under school management and academics, we have GPA info for student screens. Again, using that PowerSchool search, if I were to just type in GPA, this would be one of the first results that would come up. So I'm going to click into here, and this is where this is set up before. So usually it's either a district leader or building leader, or sometimes it is a school counselor or other support staff that works with the counselor to decide what they want displayed, because this is one of the pages, like many of the student screens you're seeing this afternoon, that can be displayed in the public portal for parents and students to access. So when you think about that piece of it, you absolutely, if you are displaying this page, you want to have this information to be accurate. Because as some of you know, as we all know that have worked in schools, you will get phone calls and emails if you have inaccurate data or inaccurate codes pulling either inaccurate data or coming up blank, like we saw on that student's page. So that'll cause questions, of course. So just a few things on this page. One, Kim talked about the quick lookup screen a little while ago. And this is the GPA calculation that is showing on the bottom of, right under where it listed the students' grades and all their attendance, and just above the attendance, it was listing their GPA, and that's the GPA that's displaying. So once again, as I mentioned on Tuesday, another place you're going to need to be familiar with which GPA calculations you are using in your school building that are made available to you by your school district to create this page properly. We have alluded to and mentioned DAT codes, data access tags, and these are considered data access tags. So when you see that, squiggly line and then an asterisk with GPA method, GPAs need DAT codes because GPAs are not static fields. They can change at any given moment. They can change, if it's a cumulative GPA, they can change whenever a new grade is stored for a student. If it's a current GPA, it can change whenever a teacher puts a new grade in a grade book. It can change that fast. So not static. DAT codes point to pieces of data in PowerSchool that could be changing with any new updated information added to a student record. So same with credit hours, class rank. Now class rank is something that has to be recalculated. And so some of you have class rank to be calculated daily, or a little bit less frequently than that. Some of you have it set to do manually. So whomever stores grades or runs the report card method might, or the report cards might also go run the class rank method. And then that will update the class rank. Again, more applicable at a high school, but I've worked in a middle school where the rank was important in one of the grade levels because they determined certain honors to the top so many students of a class. So some of our middle schools do use a rank method based upon, either a quarterly GPA or a yearly GPA. But usually when we're talking class rank, the most commonly used place for that is a high school in terms of the cumulative. So as you can say, the class rank method is pointing to their cumulative GPA method. So we have a question in the chat. Will we need to add the DAT codes, or we will need to add the DAT codes when setting this up? Yes, so if these already don't exist for you in your system, you will need to add them if you want them to display. Now, again, not every high school and school district is using this page to display out, and some are only simply using maybe the cumulative GPA, and that's all they'll see on the screen when they click on it. You might not want the potential credits. You might not need the earned credits. My best advice to you is that if you are using it, be sure that it's accurate data being displayed. And we can help you dig into that if you like as a team. Typically what I do, if a district leader reaches out, someone new to the district maybe, and says, I'm not sure which which cumulative GPA that we're using. We can help dig into that with you. A lot of times I reference the high school transcript, and if the transcript, if there's, you know, this Dempsey cumulative GPA calculation is the one in the transcript, then I'm going to say that's probably the one that you want to show for the cumulative on this page as well. So again, just making sure you're displaying accurate data only, or not displaying it at all if you're not sure. So, but not this time of year, you know, beginning of the year is a good time to get that cleaned up before or maybe just after school starts for the new year. All right, so I checked out of the student menu for a moment just to show you where that setup is done. I'm going to go back into my students here, and I'm back to cumulative info. All right, honor roll is going to list every place or every time in the student's history in PowerSchool they've been on the honor roll, so they've earned the honor roll. That's another place where someone in your building has to run the honor roll based upon the criteria that you've set. So you can see that this student earned it in 22-23. They earned it in quarter 3. So it was based on quarter 3 grades. It was specific to the quarter, and they earned merit roll. Now there's different levels set up in the honor roll. We're not going to dig too deep, and we're not going to dig deep at all into that this afternoon, but they have different levels of the honor roll set up in the student merit roll. So I can see that here. I'm going to go to the next student, show you another example, because if we go back in the student's history, although he's a senior, he did earn the honor roll throughout his middle school year several times, and it lists all that. And sometimes he earned the merit roll, sometimes he earned the honor roll. It looks like they have a few different types of calculations in this district. So, all right, so just looking at here when they've earned the honor roll. Student dashboard, I'm not going to spend much time on this one because what student dashboard does is it takes many of the screens we're talking about this afternoon and puts them all together in one place, just like the counselor dashboard, just a different setup here. And so you will, as you go down the screen, you can see you have, you know, grades and attendance here, which you can also get on the quick lookup screen, grade comparison, such as how they're doing versus the other students in their class, their assignment list. So every assignment that they had in that given quarter, but there's a lot more, as you can see. So I'm going to scroll down just a bit here. Historical grades we'll talk about, student schedule. So again, it's an all-in-one place for a lot of the individual screens that I'm going to buzz through here this afternoon. Historical course grades. I need to spend a little bit of time on this one. So every time that you need grades stored into a student record or a group of students' records, there is a stored grades process that goes into that. Someone in your district has to store grades, tell it what term grades are stored for, which students are involved, if not all. There are different filters, such as they can select it by a group of students, a grade level of students, and that sort of, and classes, specific sections, classes of students. So, but this is the place you'll see every grade that's been stored for a student up until back until a certain point. In your district settings, it is set how many grades this goes back within a given building. So for example, in Meta High School, we only have the historical grades settings set to go back to the student's 7th grade year. Now, of course, when there's a transfer student in, it is up to the school district or the building, I should say, staff to enter those historical grades from other buildings. And I understand that a lot of high school transfer students, the new incoming building, they don't necessarily enter the middle school grades from that you know, from their academic record. They would only focus on the high school, which makes sense. And similarly, if you have an elementary student or a middle school student transferring mid-year or even at the beginning of the year, I understand why you would only maybe go back 1 year or within that year to put the grades in. So those do need to be manually entered or imported into the system. So a couple of things about this page. There is a great filter on all of these columns so that I can go find data pretty quickly. If, for example, if I only wanted to see the student's 11th grade year of classes, I could simply type into the filter. Some of these have a drop down, you'll notice, where you can select a certain value, and others are simply open to typing in. So I can select a course number, or more than likely it would be a course name. So if I wanted to quickly see the student's English 10 grades, I could simply filter that down and only see those grades from that particular class that he took. Other pieces of information that are important, if you're, again, at a secondary level, at a high school level, you would be paying attention to credit type on the classes that the student has earned, as well as earned credits. All right. And then here are all the terms that this student has earned grades for at any given time. You'll see a lot of blanks for his exam, but if you scroll down, he must have at least one grade in his exam term. So back in 1920, 8th grade, he had an exam in Spanish. So it's only showing the columns for which there are grades stored in them for that student. You will also see some blanks here. That simply means that when grades were stored for this student, for this course, there were no grades in the gradebook to pull from. So that's why you're seeing these blanks. It doesn't necessarily mean you want to go through and delete them. I want to make that pretty clear. You may want to keep these. Now, some of these, yes, they're probably rogue records that aren't needed. For example, I see an Apex credit recovery. It was probably like a holding course they had the student scheduled into so that everyone in the building, every staff member in the building could find this student in wherever they were completing their Apex credit recovery, or simply just to know that that student was taking a credit recovery course that term. What they could have done in this building is they could have set that course. If there's not going to be any grades coming out of a grade book for that course, they can set that course not to store, or even that section not to store grades. And then you wouldn't get these blank grades. But in some cases, there are reasons why you'd want to store a blank grade. And we're not going to go into those details today, but I'll just give you one example. For your high school kids or even middle school kids who go out to college credit classes. You want to have them scheduled in college credit classes in the building to show that they're in those classes. You could store a blank grade, and then the person that keeps the records can click into there and simply enter the actual grade that they earned in that class. All right. So while we're in here, I'll talk through what you'll see when you click into any grade on the store grade screen. You will see the school name where that student took the course, the term ID. We mentioned this earlier in the week, so just as a refresher, the term ID has to do with the year ID in PowerSchool. So for example, we're in year 34 of PowerSchool, and it's convenient to us that it lines up with 2024. So it's how many years PowerSchool's been in existence. This is its 34th year. And so the term IDs point to that year ID. So in this next coming school year, 2024, 2025, our full year term ID is going to be 3,400, whereas our semester will be 3,401 and semester 2 will be 3,402. So just a real brief overview of where that's coming from, what that would mean. So one of those things that probably won't be too applicable to most of you, but just, if you see that number and wonder why, it's a little bit of information. The year and term they took the course, the store code that this particular grade was stored in, the grade level is required to know what year the student was in. This associated section is so important. Any course that needs to be reported to the state, all right, so anything that's getting a grade would need to be reported to the state, must have an associated section. Now, this will happen automatically in the store grades process. If grades are pulling out of a grade book, you're going to get an associated section because that student is enrolled here into this section. When you manually enter transfer grades for a student coming in from another district, you won't have this associated section, because if we're in Meta High School and James here transferred over from Trecca High School, then Trecca High School already reported those grades to the state because that's where he was when he earned the credits. He earned the class, he went to the classes, attended the classes, and earned the grades there. Therefore, when we enter them over here, it'll just say none for associated section. Also, for you high schools who import or have your Career Center grades imported for you, that's going to be another example of where you're not going to see an associated section, because again, they took those classes and earned those grades at a school that already state reports. Where the confusion lies with a lot of us is that when you have a student that's in maybe an alternative center, or my example from earlier was taking a college class, you need to state report that. Therefore, your building would need to have a course to show where that student is taking the course, what the student is taking, and so that this grade is associated to a section. So there's a process behind that. Whomever stores your grades should be aware of that in your building. Again, probably not applicable to those of you at the lower grades or some of you that work in the lower grade level buildings. Much more common at the high school and some middle schools with the CCP example. But that alternative placement piece does get people sometimes too, because again, if I have a student taking his 4 core classes over at the alternative center, I do need to schedule them in those classes in my building, store the blank grades, and then probably hand enter whatever that alternative center provides for me on his record here. Any questions about that? So pretty standard information here. His grade, the GPA points, if that applies. I'm going to skip some of these pieces. Earned and potential credit. So potential credit is, of course, how much they could be earning versus what they actually earned in the earned credit. Now, potential credit is very important for calculating GPAs and in turn honor roll and class rank. So if you are using honor rolls and you're using class rank, and especially if you are calculating a GPA for any reason, the students should have potential credit within the terms on those grades. Credit type, again, credit type points to students earning credit for graduation. You can choose whether grades are included or excluded from the GPA, class rank, and honor roll and graduation calculation. There will be times where they will be. For example, some of you offer pass-fail classes, and if it's a pass-fail class, they would just get a P if they pass, then maybe it should be excluded from the graduation. And even if they have an F for fail, you may not, depending on your district's policy, you may not be including those in the GPA calculation. Just a couple of more things I want to mention down here on this page. The meta report builder is related to the high school transcript. There are other reports that can be built in a meta report builder, but that's the primary example for how we use that. And so if you needed it excluded from a student transcript, you could exclude individual grades, as well as you could exclude individual grades from a report card. Very important down here, if you want to know how, or I'm sorry, yeah, I guess it would be how, but also when the grade was stored. You can see the date and the time here. You can see what the process was, created by stored grades or created by user, if it was manually entered. And you can see who entered that grade by finding out who user 510 is. I'm not going to go through this down here. This is state reportable information. A lot of that pulls from the course. So again, if there's an associated section on this grade where the student's scheduled into, it's pulling from the course, all this information. But if you're putting in a student transfer grade, then you will want to give it, fill in this information down here, especially the core area code. Because that's for state reporting there. I would consult your EMIS coordinator on anything that needs to be filled in down here. So some places in PowerSchool, again, have this breadcrumbs. I'm going to click back here. I'm not going to save my changes. And I want to point out where a user would enter grades manually. So you can do a single new entry, and you would put the name of the school. Now it is going to default to your school. And I've made this mistake myself a couple of times. It defaults to the name of your school that you're in, your building that you're in. And again, my example earlier said this student transferred over from Trecca High School. So I want to make sure I put the actual name on there. Really whatever I want it to show on the student's record, but also on the student's transcript if we're talking about a high school. The school year, the store code, the historical grade, and then the actual information about the class. So again, that's a single stored grade entry. There's also a multiple entries page that you can use. So in that case where you're putting multiple grades from, say, a transfer student coming from a different district, you could use the multiple new entries. If you've, like I have, accidentally entered the wrong school name on a student's grade record, you can click on previous school names, or if you just want to see what school name is on each of these grades, it will show you. But more importantly, for this example, you can change the name. So this was actually taken at Trecca High School. And then you can submit at the bottom here. The detail views does exactly what it says. It's going to give you a little bit more detail in the columns here. I'm going to click on that real quick. And some of that information that I reviewed when we are on the individual stored grade record page, you will see populate here as well. So earned credit, potential credit, and then what it's excluded from, that sort of thing. So just a little bit more detail than you were able to see before. All right, moving right along in the menu here. We have pages for missing assignments. If you needed to see which missing assignments within a given term this student has. So again, this is based upon the teacher's input in the gradebook. If they mark an assignment as missing in a term, that's going to show on the student's missing assignments. Standards, if a student, if you're building grade students using standards-based grading, you can look at their standards. So I'm going to click into here. And we're not going to see a whole lot here in a high school, but if I went over to the elementary school, which I will do very quickly, and I'll pick a student, any student. Then I can look at how they're doing in terms of standards-based grading. These standards are either entered by someone in your district or imported. They can be changed year to year. They can be updated, and sometimes we have buildings that do that. They change their standards to fit what's going on with the state, what the state's requiring, or adding and removing standards or editing them. So, but this is how you see a child's standards-based grades. So I'm going to go back to the high school, get my selection back here. Teacher comments, that's just by term. So think of comments in terms of what's seen on the report card. The teacher enters a comment on a given term. You can look at all the comments there in one place instead of going to the report card. Term grades, similarly, you can choose a term and any given term or year and see all the grades for that term. So a little bit different than stored grades because you can see all the different terms. It's just broken out a little bit differently. Test results. There are two places to store test results in PowerSchool. One is in the state page for the student. That is required by the state. Your EMIS coordinator gets a file and imports that file of test results for state reporting onto the EMIS screen. This is a different page. This is core PowerSchool's version of where test results can reside. Some of our districts use it and some do not. Usually if it's used, it's for OCBA's, OSTs. So OCBA stands for Ohio Computer-Based Assessment, or OST stands for Ohio State Tests. Otherwise, in a high school level, known as end of course exams, EOCs. And a lot of times you'll see ACT scores and SAT scores stored on this screen. The advantage of storing your test results here on this screen, the biggest advantage now is that, and I say now and I'll tell you why, the biggest advantage now is that teachers can see the students' test results via the teacher portal. Teachers don't have access to see state test results in the state screens, unfortunately. We do have a new customization that allows the state test results, so from the state screen, to display in the parent student portal. And that used to be the other primary reason that a district would want to store test results here, is to display in the public portal, parent student portal. But that's been resolved with one of our latest customizations called parent state assessments. And again, it takes what's in the state record for the student and displays it on a screen in the public portal. So nice little feature there. So I see this being used yet less and less. If you use graduation plans, which I'll touch on a little bit later this afternoon, very quickly, this is also, you can incorporate the test from this page into the grad plans. That would be a secondary reason maybe to use the test results here for high schoolers. Power Tools is an outside customization, an outside plugin, but we do recommend it, and I think all of our districts do currently have it active. There are three pieces, and I'm only going to talk about one in the interest of time. This has to do with attendance. This is troubleshooting attendance, so I'll kind of leave that there. Also, this student report is about resolving inconsistent data with students. I'll just leave that one there. What I do want to make sure, since we're in the academic piece of this, I do want to show you the GPA validation quickly. And it's a great tool, again, most commonly used at a high school. So if I choose the GPA that is used for our students, it's going to show me a lot of information here. All right. What I'm most concerned about here is what's calculating into the GPA. So frequently asked question in a high school building. Why does my student's GPA seem off? I'm a parent, or I'm a student, or a sibling, or a teacher, and I'm hand calculating the student's GPA, and it doesn't seem to be matching up. What's going on? So as a staff member, you have access to this GPA validation page, and this is something I would encourage to include that person who's questioning it in the conversation even. And if you're unsure of whether your GPA is working properly, this is a great place to test it out. Grab that typical traditional student and look at their GPA calculation and what grades are included in their GPA. So this GPA is saying that every grade that's stored in the Y1 and M1 terms that they took in grades 9 through 14 that are set to count in GPA and have potential credit on them, that's what counts into the GPA. What I really like about this page is this part down here. So which grades are excluded in the GPA and why? You get highlighted in red why a grade would not be included in the GPA. The rule up top said only Y1 grades and M1 grades. Anything in a quarter store code or a semester store code will not be included. Anything without potential credit will not be included. And this right here is why the person who stores your grades knowing how to store grades properly for the GPA is very important. This is something that is sometimes missed. And then some of the grades have this exclude from GPA flag checkboxed, which is also saying why that can't be included. So even this Y1 grade here, it is excluded from the GPA, probably because this Apex holding course is excluded from their GPA, whomever takes that. Again, it's probably just a holding course. So great tool for your counselors, great tool for your support staff of the counselors, anybody who supports students in an academic way in the high school. And then you, again, some middle schools would look at this for a quarterly GPA. Again, if you go to the top, you can choose, you know, which GPA calculation that it's using to figure out, all right? So the way this one is set up, nothing here is actually included in the GPA. And you could see that right away. Meta report card. We've mentioned this a couple of times. Our customers have a customizable report card. They can work with our team to have it display just the way they like. It's really neat. It's really dynamic. You can go back in a student's history on the report card screen and look at other years of their report cards. And on the report card itself, your building, your district actually decides what's shown here and what's not. So this particular building has the GPA per quarter to show, as well as the cumulative GPA and the credits earned. Again, this is a high school. They've got absence hours up here, absent days, tardy days. Some of our buildings don't have all this information. This one does. A little bit of demographic information up top. And of course, their list of courses down here. And again, all customizable on what you want to show here on the report card, whether you want the teacher name, the absences to show. A lot of our buildings don't have the credit down here showing, but some do. And then you can choose which terms to show on a given report card. So let's say school's starting in 2 weeks. I only want Q1 to show right now. You can suppress quarters 2, 3, and 4 in Y1 so that only Q1 term is showing. All right, and then you can also, as a building, decide whether the grades display pulling directly from the grade book or from the stored grade, so that it would not display until grades are stored. Again, customizable, and your building and district decide what shows here and how it shows. But a lot of our buildings aren't even printing report cards anymore. They're, especially at the secondary level, they're logging to your public portal, the report cards are ready and you can print it if you like, and there it resides. So this is a page that was made to display in the public portal. All right, and that wraps it up on academic records. So I'm gonna hand it back to Sally.
All right, I'm going to share my screen. All right, we were on academics. And can you see my screen okay?
Yep.
Okay, just making sure I didn't see the green outline around it. We want to make sure. All right, we left off right here at the report card. So now following down the student navigation menu here, student pages, we're in attendance. So we open up the attendance category and we'll take a look here at the attendance overview. So the attendance overview, this is all of the attendance for the year. And you can see it's in a calendar style display. As you scroll down, you can see all of the attendance again for the entire year for the student that you're looking at. On this overview at the top, you have some options here to select meeting or daily. We are looking at daily attendance. If we flip to meeting attendance, that would be your period attendance that would be displayed here. Again, all of this information is covered more in depth at our attendance training, but we do want to just show you what this looks like here on this attendance page. There's a change history button up here. Change history, if you are on various pages in PowerSchool and you see this, this is a role. Again, we talk about security. Change history is a role that is given to users that allows them to see any changes that were made on specific pages. It's not every page in PowerSchool, it's specific pages. And this is one of the pages where if you click on it, you'll see a slide out that would appear with all of the information for any changes that were made on that page. Currently, we're not in session, so we don't have any data. Change history is purged. It's getting rid of at the end of the year process. So at the start of the school year is when the change history starts back up again. But again, this attendance overview page, you're seeing all of the attendance for the student. You can see where they've had various attendance absences or tardies that have been recorded. You can look at any of these. You can click into a daily attendance here to view more information. So we looked at the November 27th attendance information. We can see when they arrived, when they left. Here below, we have the Ohio State calculation information that's being displayed. What's nice is this little explain hyperlink that you can click on. And it shows you, again, a more detailed view of that student's absence for that day, when it occurred, and what instructional time they were absent for. And then you have the little mini breadcrumb right here that takes you right back to daily attendance. It takes you to that calendar view. Entering attendance. You can click on a day to enter an attendance entry. And again, this would be covered way more in depth during our attendance training. But you can see the information where you would select the absent attendance code that you're entering for the student. If you have a comment to associate with it, the clock in, time in and out. And then again, time comments, you can put those in. All of that information that you would enter for an attendance, click submit, and then you would see the attendance recorded on, on your calendar page here. Again, we said this is a training environment. We're not in session, so we see this light blue here. We're not able to click on it, not in session. We're not able to take attendance today because it's a not in session day. But if it were an in-session day, you would see this box here in blue, the PowerSchool blue, and it would say today's date, Thursday, August 1st. And that is a quick way you can click to take attendance for today. You can do it just like we showed by clicking the day. August 1st would be, obviously, it's not an in-session day, but you could click the day on the calendar, or you can easily click that button right at the top. Next on our attendance, we have daily attendance info. And the daily attendance info, this is a customized page that Meta created, and it is used to track all of the students' attendance information. And you may recognize, you saw this screen earlier from when Kim was describing the quick lookup page, and she had clicked the attendance information at the very bottom, that HB 410 attendance information. It took her to this page. So again, this is another way to look at this information through the attendance category. But this page is including any time anything was noted on an attendance, an absence, a tardy, but also any other present codes like field trips or college visits. So those aren't unexcused absence. Usually they are excused present codes. They're considered present because they were at school, but they were on the field trip, so not physically at school. So all of that information is included on this page. So this is a very detailed page giving you all of the attendance information, especially important with House Bill 410. What is also happening, you can see the time, the hours that the students miss, the time in and time out. That information, it's required so it can do this calculation over here on the right-hand side. And you can see as we scroll down this page, again, we get some more detailed information. So we have a summary of this student's absences, how many were excused, how many they were present, again, showing all of that HB 410 information. And at the very bottom, there is the legend that helps you decipher what you're looking at. So you can see anything in green. Those are present attendance codes. So you can see these absence presents and present and tardy unexcused. Those are in green. And then anything, if this student had medical attendance hours, I don't believe this student did, but if there were, they'd be in that maroon. And then again, the orange showing future attendance. So in PowerSchool, you can take attendance in the future. So if a student brought in a note that they were going to be absent next week for a college visit, you could go ahead and enter that information in the future. And it would be indicated on this page in orange. The next subcategory here, we have truancies. This page right here, truancies, it's really a generic screen where anything needing to be documented, you could document it here. To my knowledge, attendance is not my strong area. Kim, it's her area, she would know more than I do, but I don't believe that any of our districts are using this page. Again, this is more of a generic page because in Ohio, we have a state screen for truancies. So anything that you would be recording here, it would be just recording for your own information. It wouldn't be anything that would be reported from this page.
That's correct. That's correct, Sally.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And that's what, again, this would just be for your information because Ohio has their own reporting page and we have the truancy and chronic absentee detail page. Again, Ohio has their own special pages for reporting. And this page, the truancy chronic page, this is where, again, that truancy information, it resides. And it's being entered and it's being reported to the state through this page. So on this page, again, you can see the blue hyperlink here for the explanation that you can click. It's just going to give you those definitions of those absences and how they're being calculated. Again, you're going to see for the student that you're on, you're going to see their summary listed here. And then again, you can collapse these sections as you are looking at information with these little arrows here. But again, any truancy, excessive absence, and non-EMIS reportable, this piece to track, again, whatever you would want to track here, you could by clicking new. And then here, there is the student absences. And just as it says right here, it's a view of the student's attendance data. And it's the rounding rules related to HB 410. They've been applied here. So again, another view of the student's attendance, how those are being calculated. And at the very bottom, again, you have a little collapsible section where you can enter any staff notes needed. Any records. This staff notes would not appear in the portal, but it's again a way for you to record any notes that you need to keep record of. Okay, next we're going to talk about behavior. On the behavior category here, again, incidents. Ohio is not using incidents. That is, PowerSchool does have an incident management feature, but it is not currently being used by the state of Ohio. The state of Ohio uses log entries. And again, log entries, when we talk about state reporting, we're talking about the discipline state reporting. Log entries, your district could use log entries. I think we mentioned earlier about a parent contact. You could also use an attendance log entry, a residency log entry, all of those. Those would not be reported to the state, but the discipline log entries, those are what is being reported to the state on this page. So again, for our student here, we see listed, well, let's start at the top first. We could enter a discipline alert for this student if we wanted by clicking new. And you can see it gives us the information that I'm entering the alert today at this time. It's a discipline alert. Oh, I'm sorry, this is actually the log entry. Let me go back to the page. I apologize. Log entries. We were on a different student, but if we wanted to edit a discipline alert, enter a discipline alert, you can click that edit alert, enter your information, and set an expiration date. If you don't want the alert to disappear, you can leave the zeros in here and you see that it never expires. But maybe we were entering an alert for a week. Maybe this student is suspended or for a week and we want an alert to appear. We can do that. And when we do, we see the little alert icon here, this discipline alert. Okay. We go back to our log entry page again. If we click on the new, that is where we can enter a new log entry, and that certainly someone within your district, there may be staff who are the ones that enter those log entries, but you just click on new. And then again, according to your district, that you would enter all of the information for the situation, the incident that happened for the student. You can see your log types. You're selecting those here. Again, disciplines reported to the state. And here are some other examples of log entries that maybe that your district records. And then again, you're filling out the information. You're giving a title for your log entry, any information on the incident. Again, filling in all of the information. If it is a discipline log entry, there is some state information that would need to be recorded as well, in addition to some CRDC information. Once all of that is entered, you would click submit and you would view the log entry on the student's behavior page. So that is a quick, I had a different student originally where we saw some, and you can see those listed if the student has log entries. But any questions? That's a real quick overview of attendance and behavior. Any questions? No? Okay. I'm gonna stop.
All right, moving on to the courses and programs menu. Get shared here. So you may have noticed, like I did when I started this enhanced menu a year ago, a little over a year ago, that there's several places, several categories called courses and programs. There is a courses and programs from the main left nav menu that we went over this morning. There is a courses and programs menu on the group actions menu with some different actions that are related, and there's a course and programs menu available here as well. So a little bit different. What we're looking at here again on the individual student is the scheduling pieces for the most part within the courses and programs menu. So I'll show you what I mean. There are 3 primary views to look at a student schedule. So depending on how you want to look at this student schedule, most traditionally, I would say, is the list schedule view. So I am going to skip the top 2 and start there for the moment. And this is just going to give you that basic linear start of the day to the end of the day in terms of the periods of the day list view. It gives the term, the course number, section number, course name, the teacher, room, and then some people like this view also because you can see the enroll date and the leave date. The leave date on a course enrollment is always the day after the last day they're in class. So when and we talk about this more in detail during the scheduling, the live side scheduling training that we have on Monday morning, if you're interested. But when I am removing a student from a class or dropping a student from a class is more an accurate description, I would put the drop date as the day after the last date that student was in school. Therefore, if my school year ends on May 23rd, when I enroll these students for the whole year, it's going to default to the 24th. That's why we're seeing those dates. You will see that in your own district, and you may have wondered why. So that's the list view. The next one I want to show you is that bell schedule view. And so this isn't, I'm going to get you a better, there we go, a more traditional student here in our train database. So a couple of things I want to point out here. The bell schedule view is looking at the bell schedules within the build that are built within the building. So it's looking at what times you've said that these periods take place. So if this is period 1 that this student has algebra 3 in, then they attend that from 7:25 to 8:10. And then period 2, they go to wellness from 8:15 to 9 o'clock. And so it shows you their actual schedule for the day with some time frames on the left here. And because some buildings have different bell schedules depending on the day of the week, or maybe certain days of the month or throughout the school year, such as a delay schedule or a late arrival, or even an early release, or an assembly schedule on some given Fridays. They might have a different bell schedule per that day. So that will actually reflect on the screen depending on what bell schedule is set on your calendar for which date. So if you're looking at the bell schedule view of a student and you're seeing some different some different schedules depending on his day of the week, then that means the bell schedule changes depending on the different days. I also do want to point out that in this test, in this train database, it is showing that period 1 ends at 8:10 and period 2 begins at 8:15, for example. We do recommend that a bell schedule isn't exactly when the bells ring in your building, so don't get too caught up in that piece of it. It's truly to account for where students are when. So we do recommend that these bump right up against each other. So if you look at your times, if this class ends at 8:10, on the bell schedule, this class really should start at 8:11, so that we know, at least if we do the find me alert, all right up here, we're looking for James here, we know at 8:12 a.m. Where he's headed to, at least, or where he's going to be shortly. Now, again, it'll look like he's in wellness because we've told the bell schedule that the class starts at 8:11. But if you don't have every minute accounted for in your day, then you won't be able to find James during the passing time. And that's why we recommend that. So thirdly, the matrix schedule view. The matrix schedule is going to give you more of a block view of where the student is in each period of the day. So I've got these periods. This is where the student is enrolled and in what terms. So for example, they're in both Algebra 3 and Buckeye Ranch during first period, because this Buckeye Ranch, you'll notice, is periods 1 through 9. So that's why he's getting, that's why it's highlighted in red. Actually, every one of these periods past 0 is highlighted in red, because it looks like he's double booked or triple booked in some cases, because Buckeye Ranch is set to go all day long. Again, being a trained database, I know you've heard us say that a lot. There's some there's some data in here that wouldn't necessarily look that way in your own building, but I do like this matrix view on a student in a typical building, because you're going to see periods 1 through 9 where that student can be found. It's also good this time of year, this view, to make sure your student is fully scheduled in every period of the day. Course request management. If you do put course requests on students, so again, much more typical at a middle and definitely at a high school, where you'd put course requests on a student, either they make the requests or you enter the requests onto the student based on what you need them to be in, and you use maybe PowerScheduler to load them into the appropriate classes. Then course request management is a place where you can see what courses have been requested on that student, as well as if they've been recommended by their teachers via the PowerTeacher Pro portal. So teachers can recommend students if you set that up for them for next year's courses. And that's, again, especially applicable at a secondary level. Course registrations used to be called all enrollments. So I'm going to click into that one. It does still call it all enrollments on this page. You can see I have that one favorited. I go here often, but it calls it course registration. PowerSchool calls it course registrations within the menu now, but it means the same thing. It's going to show you the entry and exit date on every enrollment for this school year, including the ones they've been dropped from. There is there's also some great information here, who it was dropped by date, and then we do have a customization called undrop, which could be very useful if you've made a mistake, and that's where that's coming from. And I could use the undrop to fix this if I accidentally dropped a student from wellness and didn't mean to. But it's showing all of their enrollments for this particular school year. Now this came up in a case I had recently, so I do want to point this out. On the counselor dashboard, when you look at all enrollments within the counselor dashboard up here, you do see all of the enrollments for every year that student's been in the building. Somebody was asking in a case if there was a way to display that here, and I don't know of one, but I just wanted to point that out. If you wanted to go back in time and see his all enrollments from last year as well, you could go to the counselor dashboard and get that information all in one place. It's just not as easy to look at over there. So extracurriculars. So on Tuesday, when we were doing searches, we gave an example of varsity football as one of the searches. Which students are involved on your varsity football team? This is where that's marked at. So I can use student field values, as I showed you on Tuesday, to change that. Or if it's on an individual student, I could simply come here. I want to make sure that any student that's in student council this year is designated with that activity on the screen. Some of our buildings don't use this screen, these extracurricular activities. Some do, just for tracking students, tracking groups of students, running lists of who's in a certain club. So this is where I would designate that or uncheck it if no longer applicable. I already talked through remote and summer school registration earlier, and I had said that there is a place to do that on a student individually. This is that place. Scheduling settings. This is how to set up a student individually for scheduling for the following year. Again, very important in the Power Scheduler world where Kim and I work a lot of the time. Every student should have a next year grade. As I mentioned, every student has to have a next school indicator if they're active so that the system knows where to put them the following year. But also, when it comes to the subject of Power Scheduler can only see these students for the following year if this is set correctly to that building. Other pieces of information here, priority, that's only related to Power Scheduler. If you don't use Power Scheduler, you don't need to worry about that at all. I would say the same with this schedule, this student. This only does apply in Power Scheduler. So if your building uses Power Scheduler, then you would want that checked for every student who you are scheduling in Power Scheduler. Right. These aren't used nearly as often, but some of our buildings do use campus or house or team settings to group students. And student programs is something I talked about earlier, how to mass add students to programs or look at which programs there are in your district. This is the place in PowerSchool where I would see which programs this particular student is enrolled in. And if I needed to create a new enrollment or I needed to put an end date, let's say this student has, no longer has access to a computer. Well, it looks like he already has an exit date on that. So I could add an exit date on any of these that need it. So, all right, I'm going to hand it back to, I think, Sally or Kim. Sorry, Kim.
Just to me. I'm just going to quickly run through the student health screens, only because I think it's important to know where the information that we went over earlier is housed. So I pulled up Alexandra Adams, and I'm going to go into her health screen over here. And when you're viewing this, you'll see the health profile shows the emergency and medical contacts, which we kind of looked at earlier in demographics. I just want to show you that really quickly. Here's the contacts, and again, here's that quick glance list of who the student it has as an emergency contact, who can pick up the student, and so on. Health concerns, very general. It just shows any concerns that the student may have. In this case, the student has a food allergy. That's where you would put that here. Again, these are all set up at the district level, and you know, a lot of your nurses will be using most of this information. One I did really want to show you though is this immunizations down here. Again, I said before, that's really important right now. Make sure all of the students have, you know, all of their immunizations. And here's where you would enter those immunizations in. It shows the date that each dose was given. If you hover over the different immunizations, you will see that it gives the vaccine description, which is set up by the district, the vaccine code, the number of doses that the student needs. Is this vaccination mandatory? And then if you want to add a compliancy statement and so on, you can do that. And it shows if the student is out of compliance on the particular immunization. Office visits is another one that I just wanted to hit on. Office visits. This is, you know, if a student comes in and they visit the nurse's office, or if the nurse's office happens to be just the main office in the building, this is where you can add where that student visited the office and keep track of those visits. You can filter the visits. If you have lots and lots of visits, you can filter them by days. You can filter them by a length of period of time. And this really helps, you know, the nurses keep track again of who had visited the office, how often, you know, is the same student coming down at the same time every day, and so on. And I'm just really touching quickly on the health pages, only because all of this is covered in our health management training again in September. But I thought those few things needed to be brought to your attention about where those are housed. Okay, I'll stop sharing.
All right. And after health, we've got post-secondary readiness. So think about this menu. It's a fancy title of this part of the menu for basically graduation planning, or you know, graduation credits or things related that way. So we have a couple of very similar sounding, a handful of very similar sounding pages. So I'm just going to talk quickly through what the differences are here, because it tends to confuse a lot of people. The first three are quite related. They are a way to create a local graduation plan to assign to students in your district, and you can include any requirements in there that you require of your students to graduate, and you can create multiple plans at the district level. We do have a training and work day in the fall and winter, fall or winter, I should say, on how to create a graduation plan or modify your current graduation plan and assign them to students and make sure that it is working. So I'm just going to show you an example. The most current way to do that, and the best way to do that in PowerSchool now, is the graduation plan progress. And so when I click into graduation plan progress here, it's going to give me a report that shows me where my student is in terms of completing his graduation requirements based on the settings that I've chosen. So each of these subject areas, again, that I've created to set this up, is hyperlinked and clickable. So I can click into them, get a pull-out drawer to see which classes he's taken to fulfill those requirements. So it's a nice looking menu that you can set up. There's a few bells and whistles you can add to this here. Again, the setup is done at the district level. Even if you have multiple high schools in your district and they each have their own requirements, like maybe you have more of a career prep or intervention or directed school, as opposed to maybe a more college-ready type of school in your district, and there's different requirements. You can actually have multiple grad plans created in your district, multiple grad plans created out to the buildings, and even individual students might be on multiple grad plans. They might be on the traditional graduation plan, but also the honors graduation plan. Maybe you have grad plans created to for each of the different honors that we now have. We now have science honors and social studies honors and art honors and regular honors and a lot of different honors diplomas that students can earn to show what they've done in high school. So that's a little bit about grad plans. Not to be confused with grad plan selection. What this one does is it's actually the page that you choose which what they're calling graduation contracts on the screen, which graduation contracts or grad plans that student is on. So this student is on the permanent graduation requirements, but I could also, I could also put them on the honors diploma and I could submit, and then they would be on both plans that I could look at. It's a great tool for talking to families and students on how they're doing toward graduation. All right, that one might not be set up. The third one is where I think causes the confusion. The reason this link still exists, and I will say I'm not aware of anybody using it right now that we serve, but graduation progress, again, not to be confused with plan progress, is the old system for creating grad plans. And you will immediately notice when I click one and I submit that it looks a little different. Now, I will say some users prefer this version because you can see all the classes on the screen as opposed to those pull-out drawers that are a little bit more dynamic, but take some extra clicking. So I don't know of any buildings right now that I can think of that are using this older version, but PowerSchool did not want to sunset this version, nor did we at Meta want to sunset this version on your SIS because we're not sure if you're still using it for some of your students. Right. Grad pathways, again, still says graduation in the name. The difference here is that this is the state reporting page. In other words, when I click into grad pathways, this is a page created for EMIS reporting, state reporting. So this pertains to state graduation requirements, not local requirements. Now, in your building, in your district, they might be one and the same, but this is going to point directly toward the state requirements, no more, no less. And so we've given you several pieces of data on this page to track your Ohio state graduation requirements. So other PowerSchool districts in other states would not see this page, of course. So state competency tests and readiness earned and college admission, industry credentials, and then their assessment area tests here, which is being pulled from their state reporting screens. And this is just a blank that was built in case your counselors or support staff for counselors wanted to use this, use a blank on a page to make notes about the student's graduation requirements and how they're doing toward it. So that's what that's for. The Ohio Grad Worksheet form is a Meta-created customization to help your staff work with students on their graduation requirements. But the difference here is that it's a customizable form that we've pushed out to the districts based on some information we got from ODE a few years ago on what was required in terms of planning for all future, all your graduates. And so we built this form in case you would like to use it. So we do have a lot of districts using this right now. And that's just the form that you can fill in, and then you can run a report on the Meta same place that you'd run a Meta transcript from. You can run a grad worksheet for that student to kind of show what you've talked about with that student, their goals, and career aspirations and things like that is all here. And that same form also pulls their testing data in terms of ACT, SAT, ASVAB, if you have that in your system, all into one form. So it's just another resource to help track students and work with students. And I think I'm going to leave that there. I'm not going to go over SEOP review. And then we are going to not talk about state screens this afternoon. We don't typically do that in core PowerSchool training. Your EMIS coordinator is the person who manages the data on these screens. But I am going to skip down to school enrollment. Enrollment history is a screen that's going to show you for each school year the history of a particular student, which building they were in for which dates. From this screen here, if I were to click on the hyperlink here, I could edit their enrollment if I needed to. I typically wouldn't need to, but in the transfer out process, I may need to access this screen. We do have an enrollments and transfers training next week that I would recommend if you are the person in charge of new enrollments, transferring students in, transferring students out, even if it's to other buildings within your district, you're going to want to attend that training. But this is where you can see the enrollment per year for the students. And along those same lines, there are other links here that are going to allow you to, when you can create a new school enrollment, when you are enrolling or re-enrolling into a building and transferring. And then I just want to touch on this one really quickly. We have an archive student process because even when there's a mistake made and you accidentally either duplicate a student in your district or enroll a student, but then they don't show up, you cannot delete that student from your system, unfortunately. Delete is a dirty word in PowerSchool. We don't delete data, but you can archive students. So again, most commonly in that place where a student was enrolled but never showed up, or maybe even a student returned to your building or your district and you didn't realize at the moment that they had been there before, they already had a record in your district and you enrolled them and created a new record again, you may want to archive that student. And so again, I would very rarely use all the selected students. I would just use the student that I'm on. We have a default archive comment, the date of archive, and then you would do an exit code. And if you either keep them in the school or transfer out to a different building. So that's, again, archiving a student. Any questions? Okay.
All right, I think I'm up next. We're gonna real quickly look at these last two categories here on our student pages. First, transactions. So again, if your district is utilizing PowerSchool for fees, not many are, but you would see any of those transactions that the student has, fees that the student has been assessed, and then any payments made. Those would all be listed on this transactions page. There's also a fee history page, again, just exactly as it says, showing a history of the fees that have been assessed. And there's a radio button here to show any payments made. So again, that would be if your district is utilizing PowerSchool fees. Lunch transactions, likewise, this is the page where you would see any lunch transactions that have been lunches purchased, payments made, again, the balances if your district is using the Power Lunch. And then there's an on-screen transaction report, again, showing any of those, the meal and balance information if you're utilizing Power Lunch. On the more category, as you open this slide out here, you'll see the student custom screens. So the student custom screens, these are screens that are created within your district. So if your district records and needs to keep data information on certain things that is not in PowerSchool, they are able to create a custom screen. And again, these vary district by district as far as what your district would like to collect and record information for. So again, if it's something that PowerSchool does not already have, your district could create a custom screen for it. There's some third-party vendors that contain fields that would have fields with information here. You see that here, the third-party vendor one. But there's also, for example, transcript info. Again, this is a custom screen, so it's not something that was in PowerSchool, what we call out of the box. But one of the things I want to point out on this page, here it is, right? Rank and rank out of. So this is something that sometimes districts, a lot of districts want to have the class rank displayed on the transcript. And so this transcript info page is a way that we can collect those rankings here and then have it displayed accordingly on your transcript, that the meta transcript that was created in the report builder. But again, this will vary from district to district. So you can see in your own district if you have custom student screens that have been created and the information that is on those pages. Next is the meta reports section. This is custom reports. These are reports that have been built in the report builder that we talked about earlier. So you can see within our training database here, we have 3 various reports that have been created and are made available here on the student pages. Again, this may look different in your own district. You probably, I think all of our districts are using student transcript and the Ohio Grad worksheet, so you would see both of those. But to run those reports for this individual student, you simply click on the report that you're selecting, and then you'll have a parameters page. So for this Ohio Grad worksheet, you can see we can run the basic worksheet, or if we needed individual grade level input. So you can select which parameter you want. We'll just run a basic one. We click submit, and it generates that report for us right here on the page. And you can see the Ohio Grad worksheet and that information that Stephen reviewed earlier, all listed here. When you have this, again, for this individual student, if you want to print this worksheet, you can click your print icon right here on your blue navigation bar. If I click on that, I can see that I have the worksheet and I can print it, or I can save it as a PDF however I need to. We have our little mini breadcrumb trail. We can hit report parameters, takes us back again if we needed to select a different parameter. And then again, the mini breadcrumb that takes us all the way back to the custom reports. And you'll see the student transcript. So that's again another built report in the report builder. It's the transcript. You'll see lots of parameters listed within your district. You may have a fewer, or you may have a lot more. Again, depending on the information that your district needs to select to display on a report, or I'm sorry, on a transcript. And you can see what the parameter is. You're selecting your values and a description if needed, including current schedule. Yes, no, that's self-explanatory, so there's no district description listed, but you can select your parameters that you want. These are all defaulted according to how your district leader set up the transcript. So we'll go ahead and leave those defaults. We'll click submit, and then we'll see the transcript generated here on our page. Again, depending on your district, you may have the graduation seals being displayed. You may have a watermark, a logo, district logo on the back of your transcript. Again, an electronic signature if your district set that up. And just like the Ohio Grad worksheet, if you want to print this individual transcript, all you need to do is click that print icon on your blue navigation bar, and you're able to print. So that was real quick, those last two. There wasn't much to cover on those two sections, but we've made it through the student pages. There's a couple other things that we wanted to go over. So I think Stephen's going to show you the public portal next.
Yep. I do want to make sure that you all get a look at what that parent student or public portal looks like, so that you just know when your students or parents or other contacts that have data access are logging into their account, what they're actually seeing on the other side. Some of you may have children or maybe contacts of other students in the district and are able to do so, but not all of our users are able to see what that looks like. So I do want to show you what that looks like. So we've alluded to that several times throughout the training. So note that when I'm heading to the public portal, instead of admin in the URL here, I have public instead. So I'm still in my train database, but I am going to the public portal. And then I know that because I see student and parent sign in at the top. So I have my username and password in, and I have a couple of my students from our train database. I am marked as a contact on them. You will see that when somebody created a notification this morning or maybe this afternoon, no, it was this morning. This morning, someone created a notification and set it to also the public portal. That's why that red banner is showing there. So it works really nicely. And from here, the page will default to what we know in the admin portal as the quick lookup screen. So just like Kim showed you earlier on quick lookup, what we know as quick lookup, students and parents would call the grades and attendance screen. Note that first menu item here. So when they call or stop by the office and they say, hey, I was looking at my grades and attendance or my students' grades and attendance screen, what they're referring to is the quick lookup screen. And same information that Kim described earlier, you see the courses, the grades in those the individual courses for each term in those grades. If you have a current GPA set, or current or cumulative GPA set to show, you're going to see that, as well as absences and tardies are going to be seen from there. We talked about missing assignments. That's looking in the grade book for the term from the current year. Their grade history is what we call historical grades. So they get a similar view to what we get. And I can look at my grade history if I was a student and see how I've done in past years as well. The report card, as I explained earlier, the report card is set to display in the public portal if you have it set that way. And it's just taking a moment to populate here, but now it's up. So they see the report card here in the portal. They can look at their attendance history. Again, a lot of these look familiar because they're student screens that we talked about this afternoon. One I'm going to skip down to here. A couple I'm going to skip down to. One is class registration. So that page is only going to be used if you open up the public portal for students to make their own requests. And that's if your building uses PowerScheduler. So again, much more often at a middle and high school, and maybe even your fifth graders when they're coming up to sixth grade can request, which music class they're in or which related arts class that they get to take next year. That can be used with the class registration link in the public portal. They can look at their fee balance again if you use fees. This is how they can just see a basic schedule of their courses. And I can look at the bell schedule view, just like in the admin portal, or I can look at the matrix view to see what classes I'm in. All right, and this state assessments is that newer customization that I mentioned earlier. These are the scores that are being pulled from the state screens. So if the student has any state tests or ACT or SAT tests that they've taken with the high school or while in high school, I should say, then these scores are gonna, and that you have this customization turned on for the public portal, their scores will appear over here. So, all right, and there's other bits of information that I kind of glazed over, but I did want you to see kind of what that looks like, what these students see. Now along the top, if I'm the contact on more than one student here, I do have the option to look at all three of my kids within the same portal. There is a public portal app. We do not support it. It is a PowerSchool app, but it looks much different than this, and we cannot customize it. So you wouldn't find our meta report card in that app, and we can't add things like the parent state assessments into the app, that customization either. So you'll, so we do recommend when we talk to district leaders and they're advising parents and other contacts, we do advise them to, and this is the same way I do for my kids. I just save the URL to my home screen, and it basically opens a browser window to log into my parents, or I'm sorry, my parent account for my students, just to view my students in their district. So as opposed to using the app. So the reason I point that out is when you get calls sometimes, you probably would want to ask if there's a problem with what they're seeing, whether they're using the app or the portal via the browser. All right, so I'm going to, any questions on the public portal before I move forward here? All right. Couple of final wrap up things here. We are coming to the end of our day 2 of initial product training, and I know we've given you a lot here. We've given you a lot to think about. So I just want to leave you with a few resources that you might want to dig into, that we do recommend you dig into, in fact, to touch back to while you are in the learning process. And I got to admit, I'll always be learning in PowerSchool as it changes, as PowerSchool makes updates, as we customize new things, as we pull in other outside customizations, PowerSchool changes, things become enhanced, new functionality exists, and even without those things, I feel like there's something new I learn in PowerSchool all the time. And you're probably feeling overwhelmed. We don't expect that you'll know, and I hope your expectation for yourself isn't that you'll know everything about PowerSchool after this training, but I hope we've given you a lot of kind of doors to open to learning more around the SIS. So I'm just going to review where to find some helpful resources. We have the system help menu that I'd highly recommend. Remember, that is something we showed you on Tuesday. It is searchable, or you can use the side menu for just about any subject in PowerSchool you're looking for in core PowerSchool, or what Sally referred to as out-of-the-box PowerSchool, I should say. Also within your help menu, you can access our documentation. We talked through that, and there was that, once you go into the documentation, you can not only find our agenda of all the topics we've covered between today and Tuesday, but you will also find that that what we call the quick reference card. And by quick reference card, I mean a 20-page document of most everything that we've covered the last couple of days. So it is a lot, but it's a good resource to come back to. And what's nice about the way I use that document sometimes, and a lot of our documents actually, is, open it in Word and use the Control F function and find what you're looking for in that doc a little quicker that way than you would if I don't expect you to have to want to look through all 20 pages every time you need to refer to something. So use it the same way you'd use the PowerSchool help menu. Our YouTube channel will have today's training and Tuesday's day-long training on there soon. We have past IPTs on there. We have all trainings that we've ever run on Zoom are gonna be able to be found on our YouTube channel, and we update those whenever we run a new one. And then finally, as a resource, I do want to point you to the PowerSchool community. So I'm going to open a new link here, and this is on our agenda document. So you can write this down. I'll put it in the chat, but it's also on our agenda. I'll go ahead and pop that in the chat. There we go. So that's the page I'm on now. This is PowerSchool's resource for all types of things. You don't have to be a member of the PowerSchool community to access some helpful information here. So now you can register for an account, and if you work with your district leader, on getting a verified account through PowerSchool, then you will have access to a little bit more information. But anybody can come here not even signed in, and that's why I used my browser that I'm not signed in on. I wanted to show you that I can search a subject here if I'm curious to learn, and you can see all of these documents come up. So forum is where people have come in and asked questions, other users like yourselves, like us, and ask questions, and other people provide answers. Sometimes people that work for PowerSchool are on there answering questions as well. You will also find let's try log entries here. That's something we touched on this afternoon. You will also sometimes find knowledge base articles. So when you see the words knowledge base, those are official articles created by PowerSchool and shared out to the community. So I'd highly recommend that if you are struggling looking something up in your in PowerSchool help menu and you can't find it in our documentation and you are ready to go out there and learn, utilize the PowerSchool community, help.powerschool.com. Get out there and start searching around, ask your questions, look at other people's questions. I know it's helped me in my learning for years now. So we have a few minutes here and we'll stick around for a few, extra minutes if we need to. But if you have any questions, that is the end of our training, and we do appreciate your attendance today. So let us know in the chat or take yourself off mute if you have any questions that you would like to ask.